At Green Island Academy, the top aristocratic academy, flyers were scattered across the sky. Everyone was talking about them. Have you heard? Young Master Su Yang is secretly dating the heiress of the Luo family. The flyer featured an intimate picture of Gu Shuyang and Luo Tianwu, along with a sensational headline, "Heartbreaking." The secret girlfriend of the famous young master revealed. The dream lover of thousands of girls on Green Island has someone he likes. In the lounge, Nan Mingyao smiled as he looked at the flyer in his hand. This shot is well taken. At that moment, a voice spoke up. Gu Shuyang, sitting by the window, continued, "Let this rumor spread throughout the school. You guys have too much free time." Hearing that, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi immediately turned pale. Gu Shuyang, the sole heir of the Gu family, one of the three great families, the prince, and the most popular figure at Green Island Academy. The two of them quickly became serious. "Yes, I'll handle it right away." "Leave it to us," Nan Mingyao, the heir of the Nam family, also one of the three great families, said. Ouyang Yi, the heir of the Ouyang family, another of the three great families, nodded in agreement. At this point, Nan Mingyao curiously asked, "Shuyang, are you coming with us?" Gu Shuyang confidently replied, "I'll go deal with the source." A while later, Gu Shuyang walked across the school courtyard. When the female students saw him, they immediately began to buzz with excitement. "It's young Master Su Yang. How lucky! How can he be so handsome? I want to marry him so badly." Amidst all the praise, Gu Shuyang looked on with disdain. Creatures like women, there's no need to put in any effort, they just cling on their own. He approached a classroom, thinking to himself, "It's all because I have wealth, power, and looks that no one can match. It's utterly boring." With that thought, Gu Shuyang kicked the door open with a loud bang. The door immediately flew wide open, surprising everyone inside. Gu Shuyang shouted, "Luo Tianwu, get out here." In the corner of the class, a girl who had been studying looked up in confusion, pointing at herself as if she had no idea what was happening. A moment later, Luo Tianwu followed Gu Shuyang out to the courtyard. Suddenly, Gu Shuyang stopped. This was the place. The two of them halted in front of a fountain, where students often gathered in large numbers. Luo Tianwu looked at him with anticipation in her eyes. "Su Yang, what does he want? It's not even time for our date yet," she thought to herself. The aristocratic young master in front of her scowled and asked, "Did you spread those flyers?" Luo Tianwu was shocked, her mouth agape. "What flyers are you talking about?" "I don't know," Gu Shuyang interrupted. "If she had behaved, I might have played along with her for a while, considering how much she likes me," he thought to himself. "She might finally say the words I've been waiting for." With that thought, Gu Shuyang looked at Luo Tianwu with a frightening expression. "Listen closely now. Don't flatter yourself, you're just a stand-in." Luo Tianwu frowned, sadness in her eyes. "A stand-in? What do you mean?" On the outside, she seemed upset, but inside, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "This is bad. This is too funny. I have to hold it in." Gu Shuyang scoffed. "I only paid attention to you because of your eyes like emeralds. They look exactly like hers." At that moment, Luo Tianwu couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Seeing this, Gu Shuyang's face turned purple with anger. "What are you laughing at?" Luo Tianwu quickly turned away. "You misheard me. I was crying," she said, trembling, sweat forming on her forehead. "Phew, I almost blew my cover." Regaining her composure, she asked Su Yang, "Did you ever like me?" She thought to herself, "Have to finish the lines." Gu Shuyang smiled faintly. "You want to know?" He then placed his hand on her shoulder and forcefully pushed her. Caught off guard, Luo Tianwu instinctively reached out, hoping Gu Shuyang would stop her fall, but she still ended up plunging into the fountain, soaked from head to toe. She let out a self-deprecating laugh. Dear audience, have you ever met someone so despicable, with such an aggressive, rude, arrogant personality? Well, I have. Luo Tianwu tried to endure it, but she sighed. I'm not even mad because he's just a character in a novel. Green Island romance is the world I'm living in. The group of students who shared her love for novels whispered among themselves, "Have you guys read this new release? It's a Wenqing novel for young readers, telling the dreamy but challenging love story between a young girl and a famous young master at Green Island Academy, the top aristocratic school." The author of the novel is my 17-year-old best friend, Wen Lam Lam. At that time, when Luoyua was overwhelmed with emotion, crying her eyes out as she hugged Luo Xiaoxiao tightly. "Xiaoxiao, my story has been published." Luo Xiaoxiao smiled and replied, "Congratulations." Luo Xiaoxiao, also 17 years old, a high school student. That day we walked home together as usual. When Luoyua happily handed me the book, "Xiaoxiao, this is the first signed copy. I'm giving it to you." However, halfway through, we had a dispute over something. The two of us raised our voices and Luo Xiaoxiao left in tears. When Luoyua hurriedly chased after her, calling out, "Xiaoxiao, wait!" At that very moment, a cursed flower pot fell from the sky, knocking Luo Xiaoxiao unconscious, and when Lan Lan's scream echoed in the air, "Xiaoxiao! Luo Xiaoxiao!" And just like that, Luo Xiaoxiao was transported into her friend's novel, becoming the character Luo Tianwu in the plot of Green Island Romance. She opened her eyes and thought to herself, "I've entered the world of the story." This all happened just a month ago. Now back in the present, Gu Shuyang arrogantly stood in front of Luo Tianwu. "If you understand, stop clinging to me," he said before turning to leave. A quick introduction. Besides being handsome, this guy has nothing else to offer. He's the male lead of the novel, Gu Shuyang. Luo Tianwu lowered her head and stood up. "Please don't, Su Yang. As for me, I'm playing the role of the villainous supporting female character, hopelessly infatuated with the male lead, Luo Tianwu, the heiress of the Luo family." At this point in the story, Luo Tianwu had become Su Yang's rumored girlfriend. To avoid suspicion, I had no choice but to maintain this difficult persona. Luckily, after today, I'll finally be free. With that thought, Luo Tianwu quickly ran after Gu Shuyang. "Su Yang!" She swiftly grabbed his arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "I just need to pretend to be hurt by Su Yang." At the same time, not too far away, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi were watching the two of them. Ouyang Yi whispered, "Su Yang purposely rejected Luo Tianwu in front of everyone. Does he want her to be ridiculed by the crowd?" Ouyang Yi broke out in a cold sweat, surprised. "That's truly cruel." Suddenly, Nan Mingyao looked slightly startled. "Huh?" Hearing this, Ouyang Yi became curious. "What's wrong?" Nan Mingyao looked through the binoculars and said, "It seems like a car is approaching from outside." Elsewhere, a white car slowly entered the school grounds and stopped near the fountain. The car door quickly opened, and school staff were already waiting. The young master has arrived. At that moment, Luo Tianwu was confessing her feelings to Gu Shuyang. "I really like you." But then she noticed the person who had just stepped out of the car. His appearance captivated her, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Without realizing it, she accidentally shoved Gu Shuyang, causing him to trip and fall flat on the ground. Gu Shuyang was furious and turned his head to shout, "Are you insane?" Luo Tianwu, shocked, began to cry. How could this happen? Seeing her reaction only fueled Gu Shuyang's anger further. "How dare you push me?" Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering, "Why is he here?" At that moment, Gu Shuyang noticed her strange behavior. "Wait, these two." He instantly froze, paralyzed by the odd atmosphere surrounding them. The air grew unnervingly silent. Qin Shuyang suddenly spoke up, his voice full of curiosity. "Excuse me, do we know each other?" Luo Tianwu cheerfully replied, "Have you forgotten me? I'm Luo." She quickly covered her mouth, realizing, "No, this is the world of the novel. I can't reveal my identity." She gazed affectionately at Qin Shuyang in front of her. "But he really looks like him." Luo Tianwu unconsciously recalled her friend from the old world, the one who warmed her summer, Qin Haoyu. As she thought of him, her cheeks flushed. He looks just like him. His name is Qin. Never mind. Let's investigate first. Suddenly, Luo Tianwu was blinded as someone covered her eyes and the school bell rang. Ge Shuyang smirked coldly. Let go of me. It's time to go to class. If you want to flirt with guys, wait until after school. Luo Tianwu, puzzled, chuckled. Huh? Aren't you the one who always skips class? She watched him walk away in confusion before turning back. Sorry, I have to go. Qin Shuyang gently replied. I'm Qin Shuyang. It's nice to meet you. See you next time. Luo Tianwu smiled. Sure, see you later. Suddenly, she was struck with realization. Wait, what? At this moment, Qin Shuyang had already left, leaving Luo Tianwu staring blankly after him. Qin Shuyang. Isn't he the supporting male character in the novel? A while later, in the classroom, the teacher was lecturing. What is love? This is an eternal question deeply rooted in everyone's heart. At that moment, Luo Tianwu felt as if her mind was in the clouds. Why does it have to be Qin Shuyang, the illegitimate son with a different father, sharing the same name as the male lead? But a melodramatic love story can't be without a lovesick supporting character. In Green Island Romance, the supporting character Qin Shuyang is also a tragic figure. He was raised by a jealous mother who saw him as a tool to enter the academy. Her aim was to compete against the legitimate heir of the Ge family, the male lead Ge Shuyang. But in the process, Qin Shuyang inadvertently fell in love with the female lead. Unfortunately, the dark identity and life of Qin Shuyang made him unwittingly push the girl he loved toward the one he hated most. Even though he was eventually moved by the female lead, over 80% of his screen time was overshadowed by the male lead, constantly oppressed in various ways. Thinking about this, Luo Tianwu couldn't help but feel pity for Qin Shuyang's fate. Why? Why does it have to be him? Her mind lingered on him while she faintly heard the teacher lecturing. Suddenly, Luo Tianwu involuntarily smiled and muttered, It's Qin Shuyang. Until she realized she had said something she shouldn't have. Wait, what did I just say? The teacher forced a smile. Love is truly wonderful. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, oh no, what did I just say? The classroom began to buzz with discussions. Who is Qin Shuyang? Did Luo Tianwu go crazy after being rejected by Ge Shuyang? Does she think changing his name will change his mind? Suddenly, a classmate glanced at Luo Tianwu's notebook. What's this? The girl with white hair. Haha, you're teasing Suyang and her heart. Who knew Luo Tianwu was only thinking about men? The girl with white hair laughed excitedly, her face full of enthusiasm. I just wonder who this Suyang really refers to. Hearing that, Luo Tianwu immediately wanted to snatch back her notebook. Give it back. She still hadn't realized what she had just said. The girl with white hair chuckled. It's so coincidental. I heard there's a new student transferring today named Qin Shuyang. Luo Tianwu broke out in a cold sweat, her heart filled with anxiety. Could this be a huge misunderstanding? What's going to happen? Meanwhile, in another place, Ouyang Yi burst through the door, shouting in a panic, Suyang, don't do anything stupid. It's not worth it to take your own life over a woman who isn't worth it. Ge Shuyang stared at Ouyang Yi with a confused expression. What are you talking about? Ouyang Yi quickly grabbed his shoulder, tears streaming down his face. I know your first love has hit a rough patch, and your heart is aching, your spirit is down, and you feel endless regret. But even if she's seen as a substitute, it's because of that woman. You shouldn't torture yourself like this. Hearing that, Ge Shuyang angrily retorted, if you're sick, go see a doctor. Just then, Nan Mingya walked in, holding a flyer in his hand and said, actually, it's like this, Suyang. He handed Ge Shuyang the flyer with the large headline, Super Hot. The first young master is actually a substitute. Luo Tianwu writes a letter to her true love. Ge Shuyang, feeling frustrated, tore the flyer into pieces and snapped. Can people really be so foolish as to believe such nonsense? Ouyang Yi stood there, looking shocked. Is it fake? Nan Mingya chimed in. This rumor is spreading throughout the school. The latest version is that you forced Luo Tianwu to date you, then broke up with her for revenge after finding out the truth. And when you saw her being sweet with someone else, you went crazy and planned to commit suicide. Ouyang Yi trembled with anxiety. This is bad. Gu Xiuyang's face flushed with anger. There are some people in the school who are asking for trouble. Who printed those flyers and spread this rumor? Haven't people even started investigating? Nan Mingya chuckled softly. We already have a lead. Someone has provided information about the location of this secret organization. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuyang's excitement surged. Let's go and tear it apart. Ouyang Yi and Nan Mingya replied in unison, understood. However, Ouyang Yi still seemed a bit worried, murmuring, Suyang is really angry. This rumor organization is doomed. Nan Mingya shot a glance at Ouyang Yi and casually remarked, isn't that what you wanted? Ouyang Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. How did you know? Nan Mingya smiled back, because I think the same way. Meanwhile, in another part of the school, in classroom M, Luo Tianwu breathed a sigh of relief after sneaking her head out from her hiding spot and retrieving a love letter from someone's desk. She thought to herself, it was worth pretending to have a stomachache to sneak out during gym class. Everything was going smoothly. With that thought, she quickly walked away. She needed to get back before anyone noticed her absence. In another location, Gu Xiuyang led everyone to open a room. When the door swung open, everyone was a bit taken aback. Sure enough, it was here. Inside, there was a computer along with many flyers scattered across the floor. But then she realized that the person she bumped into was none other than the annoying Gu Xiuyang. Luo Tianwu was taken aback and murmured, why is it this guy? Seeing this, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi were highly amused, while Luo Tianwu became flustered. She quickly said, I'll be going now. At that moment, Gu Xiuyang spoke up. Stop right there. Luo Tianwu froze in fear, turned around, and smiled. Is there something you need, Suyang? She thought to herself, is he going to make me play the role of the wicked supporting female character in this tragic story again? Please spare me. Gu Xiuyang looked at her with a suspicious gaze. What are you doing here during class? Luo Tianwu felt a bit annoyed and replied, aren't you three skipping class as well? She quickly shifted into the role of a gentle student. I just had a stomachache, so I asked the teacher for leave. Suyang, are you worried about me? I know you still can't forget me. Upon hearing that, Ouyang Yi and Nan Mingyao both felt a chill run down their spines. Luo Tianwu hasn't changed at all. Gu Xiuyang smirked and said, you're not thinking of saving your pathetic weapon because you received some news, are you? At that moment, Ouyang Yi suddenly remembered, right. The corner of the flyer has the name of the editor-in-chief of the Green Island Scandal newspaper, the founder of the secret organization. The editor-in-chief is CA. Luo Tianwu looked confused. What do you mean by CA? I don't understand what you're talking about. Nan Mingyao broke into a sweat. You don't think Suyang suspects that Luo Tianwu is CA, do you? At that moment, Gu Xiuyang crossed his arms triumphantly. Because I said you were a stand-in, you spread those false words, didn't you? To take revenge in such a childish way. With that, Gu Xiuyang stepped closer to Luo Tianwu, pushing her into the corner of the wall. He coldly said, listen carefully. Even if all the women in this world were to die, I could never like someone as ugly, stupid, and vile as you. He chuckled softly. To me, you're not even worth as much as a dog. Give up, you fool. Hearing that, Luo Tianwu was extremely angry. Why does this guy have to be so infuriating? As if everyone likes him. She glared at him. Fine, I won't cling to you anymore. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, I need to get out of here. If I stay any longer, I might end up hitting him. With that in mind, she turned to leave. Unfortunately, she stumbled and her whole body began to sway. Huh? Luo Tianwu tried to reach out for something to hold on to, but there was nothing nearby. Panic spread across her face, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing this, Gu Xiuyang smirked in amusement, but showed no sign of helping her. Luo Tianwu gritted her teeth, you jerk. She reached out and grabbed his shirt, catch me. This surprised Gu Xiuyang. Before he could react, he fell along with her. Both of them were astonished, their eyes wide. Gu Xiuyang landed and accidentally brushed his lips against Luo Tianwu's. Luo Tianwu was taken aback and panicked. Wait, this is my first kiss that I've saved for 17 years. At that moment, the scene of them kissing was captured. A flash of light went off. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi instinctively turned around. Who is it? Seeing this, a shadowy figure immediately took off running. The two of them quickly chased after, shouting, "Stop! Don't run!" Nan Mingyao panicked. Let's chase after them. Gradually, they faded into the distance. The atmosphere became oddly silent. Gu Xiuyang, blushing, quickly pulled away from Luo Tianwu. He wiped his mouth angrily. Luo Tianwu, you scheming woman. You really make people see you in a different light. However, when he looked at her, Luo Tianwu was now looking like she was about to vomit, not exactly the mastermind he had imagined. Gu Xiuyang immediately grabbed the collar of Luo Tianwu's shirt. How dare you vomit? He was furious, his brows knitting tightly. I haven't even thrown up yet, and you already. Luo Tianwu shot him a terrifying glare, her voice low. Let me go, you idiot. Hearing that, Gu Xiuyang was a bit taken aback. Idiot? Did I hear you wrong? He smirked. Luo Tianwu, I think you're looking for trouble. Seeing his attitude, Luo Tianwu finally realized, wait, what did I just do? At that moment, her face was covered in sweat. She was so caught up in the shock that she had accidentally let slip her true feelings. Thinking of this, Luo Tianwu instantly returned to her sweet demeanor. That was just an illusion, young Master Suyang. Let me dust you off. Gu Xiuyang scoffed, smirking. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Seeing his reaction, Luo Tianwu feigned panic, glancing at her watch. Oh no. If I keep this up, I won't make it in time to hear the teacher explain the new material. Otherwise, I'll miss the chance to hear the teacher teach new knowledge. At the same time, in the student council, the atmosphere was eerily silent. Nan Mingyao pondered thoughtfully. We really tried hard to monitor the use of school equipment. Ouyang Yi added, yeah. Could it be that the printer was how that Xie guy appeared out of nowhere? Gu Xiuyang's face was filled with anger. If you two hadn't lost track while chasing, we wouldn't need to guess about this issue. Hearing this, the other two quickly chimed in, sorry. At this moment, Gu Xiuyang stared blankly out the window. This Xie guy seems to evade all the cameras. He truly is a talent. Where did Luo Tianwu find someone like this to help her? Hearing this, the other two felt somewhat helpless, beginning to suspect that Luo Tianwu was connected to Xie. Suddenly, Nan Mingyao had a brilliant idea. That's right. Although we haven't caught Xie, making a move from Luo Tianwu's side is also a way like this. Meanwhile, at the school's basketball court, Qin Shuyang made an outstanding shot, scoring points for the team. In the distance, Luo Tianwu was watching him. Another three-point shot. I can't help but admire how cool my idol is. Luo Tianwu shyly shook her head. Wait a minute, Luo Shushao. Is he really your idol? It's still not certain. Over there, his teammates encouraged Qin Shuyang. Great shot, Qin. Watching him from afar, Luo Tianwu thought, it's been 3 days. Why hasn't he reacted at all? Does he even see me? At this moment, Qin Shuyang was sweating profusely. You don't need to be so polite. Just call me Suyang. Hearing this, everyone fell silent, leaving Qin Shuyang puzzled. A boy forced a smile and spoke up. Shall we just call you Qin Shuyang then? The others chimed in. It wouldn't be good if we got you mixed up with Gu Xiao. You know there's someone in school with the same name as you, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyang stared in shock, taking a few seconds to gather himself. He smiled and replied, anything is fine. A moment later, he splashed water on his face. He silently wiped the sweat from his forehead, his gaze filled with sadness. Since childhood, he had been taught strictly. Suyang, you're your mother's son. Qin Shuyang's mother had sternly instructed him, you are the eldest son of the Gu family. That woman, that shameless woman, and her mixed-breed son have taken everything from us. Even your father despises you. Change your name. This name does not belong to you. Hearing this, Qin Shuyang's mother became even more aggressive. Gulingfeng, I will prove to you that my son is worthy of being the eldest grandson of the Ge family. Returning to the present, Qin Shuyang continued to splash water on his face. At this moment, his gaze gradually became resolute, and his lips formed a reluctant smile. Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu was sitting on a bench, nervously glancing around. Sure enough, he still hadn't arrived. If it's that person, he will definitely remember these things. Earlier, Luo Tianwu had written a letter to Qin Shuyang. Do you know about the math teacher Mr. Han at number 3 high school? He's young but already bald. The carp in the school's pond have been fished out by the superstitious 12th graders. One day, the principal came to school wearing his clothes backward without realizing it. The romance novel Lualua, The Green Island, has been published. There's a girl named Luo Xiaoxiao. If you remember any of these events, please come to the flower garden in school at 6 p.m. 3 days from now. If you're busy, I will wait until 8 o'clock. If you have no recollection of these events, then don't bother coming. Luo Tianwu was incredibly frustrated. So he's not the one? She sighed, I have to go back. Suddenly, Luo Tianwu spotted the tired figure of Qin Shuyang approaching from a distance. Seeing this, she unexpectedly covered her mouth with her hand. Could it be that I'm about to run towards him in tears? Did you read my letter? So you're Qin Shuyang? Without answering, he collapsed onto Luo Tianwu's shoulder. At that moment, Luo Tianwu's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly became flustered. Qin Shuyang, what's wrong with you? She placed her hand on his forehead. Why is it so hot? She panicked and started sweating. Wake up, Su Yang. Are you okay? Luo Tianwu thought to herself, I have to quickly get him to the infirmary. With that in mind, she struggled to support him. Oh my, he's so heavy. Just then, she noticed the familiar figure of Ge Shuyang looking at her with a displeased expression. Ge Shuyang was silently furious at the sight of Luo Tianwu. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi thought to themselves, even a nighttime stroll means running into her. Nan Mingyao commented that Su Yang had just calmed down only to find himself in this situation. Ouyang Yi said, Hey, does it look like Su Yang has grown a pair of horns on his head? Nan Mingyao scolded, You fool. Don't stoke the fire. Luo Tianwu helped Qin Shuyang past them. Ge Shuyang thought he would just pretend not to see. Ge Shuyang then said, Luo Tianwu has truly never encountered a girl more cunning and vile than herself. Hearing this, Luo Tianwu thought, did he just make some strange comment? Ge Shuyang pulled Qin Shuyang away from Luo Tianwu. Last time, he shamelessly forced a kiss, and now he was acting all affectionate in front of others, making people think that he liked her, but wasn't getting a response. Are you happy now? Ge Shuyang threw Qin Shuyang down to the ground. Luo Tianwu hurried over, concerned. Qin Shuyang, are you hurt anywhere? She helped Qin Shuyang up. Seeing this, Ge Shuyang said, Clearly, she is the precious daughter of the Luo family, yet her methods are so despicable. It seems that our family, the Ge family, needs to reconsider the collaboration with Luo Corporation. Luo Tianwu touched Qin Shuyang's face, thinking to herself, he's already running a high fever, yet he's still being stopped by that useless young master. Lan, I'm really sorry to say this, but your taste in choosing the male lead is terrible. Luo Tianwu stood up and kicked Ge Shuyang in the stomach. Go die, you self-absorbed idiot. Ge Shuyang, shocked by the kick, couldn't believe it and fell down. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi immediately rushed over to support Su Yang. Luo Tianwu said, At this point, I have to tell you the truth. I've never cared about you from the beginning. She thought to herself, according to the Analects of Confucius, if you can endure it, then don't. If you want to create trouble, endure it to the end. Luo Tianwu pointed at Qin Shuyang and said, The person I truly like is him. Luo Tianwu thought, even without looking at this face, the personality of the male supporting character is much more likable than the male lead. Ouyang Yi heard this and asked, Oh, does that mean the rumors in school? Nan Mingyao replied, Is that true? He thought to himself that even though Qin Shuyang was regarded as a stand-in, it still held some weight. Luo Tianwu helped Qin Shuyang up and clearly said, "Do you see this classmate who is unwell? If you're not going to help, then at least don't harm the other person. That's really scummy. If you understand, then don't bother me again in the future. Otherwise, next time, I won't just kick your stomach." Then she stared at Gu Shuyang's lower body. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, hearing this, were frightened, thinking, "This woman is really scary." Nan Mingyao said to Suyang, "If it was a misunderstanding, can we just let it go?" He thought, "Interesting. Is this really the true personality of Luo Tianwu?" Gu Shuyang stood up, holding his stomach, and asked, "Let it go? Say that again." "This is the first time I've seen a woman with such poor judgment. I'll make her regret it to death." After helping Qin Shuyang up, Luo Tianwu kindly escorted Qin Shuyang all the way to the building with the infirmary. Luo Tianwu looked up at the building in front of her and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "Finally, we're here. I'm exhausted." Suddenly, a flash of light burst from the bushes accompanied by the sound of a camera shutter. Startled, Luo Tianwu turned her head to look at the bushes, but when she didn't hear anything else, she felt puzzled, thinking, "Was that just my imagination? Didn't I hear something just now?" Then Luo Tianwu dismissed the noise from the bushes and turned to leave because the most important thing now was to get Qin Shuyang, who had a high fever, to the infirmary to reduce his fever. Inside the infirmary, Qin Shuyang lay on the bed, resting due to his high fever. He slowly regained consciousness, opened his eyes, and looked around. Once he realized where he was, he thought, "The infirmary? How did I end up here?" Qin Shuyang sat up, glanced around, and noticed the 4 drip in his arm before looking at Luo Tianwu. She was too exhausted and lying on the bed. Qin Shuyang stared at Luo Tianwu, still unsure of who she was. Just then, a nurse entered. Seeing that Qin Shuyang was sitting up, she asked, "You're awake? You suddenly fainted yesterday. Thankfully, this friend brought you here in time." The nurse took his temperature. Qin Shuyang remembered the earlier incident when he had gone to find Luo Tianwu and then fainted in front of her. He murmured, "Right, before that, after exercising, I accidentally took a cold shower for too long and it made me dizzy. After that, I went somewhere and there she was waiting for me." Qin Shuyang looked at Luo Tianwu and then turned to ask the nurse in front of him, "Has she been here the whole time?" Upon hearing Qin Shuyang's question, the nurse smiled and said, "She refused to leave because she was worried something would happen to you. Being young is great. You two make a lovely couple, right?" Qin Shuyang fell silent and didn't answer the nurse's question. When Qin Shuyang heard Luo Tianwu say thank you, he smiled and said, "I should thank you for bringing me to the infirmary." Suddenly, the sound of water splashing came from somewhere. Qin Shuyang quickly noticed that water was about to spray onto Luo Tianwu, so he swiftly pulled her into his arms. Carefully, a boy hidden in the bushes, who was watering plants, stood up and apologized to Luo Tianwu and Qin Shuyang, saying, "Sorry, I didn't see anyone over there. Did you get wet?" Qin Shuyang, still holding Luo Tianwu in his arms and avoiding the splashing water, replied, "It's fine, it's because we were too close." Luo Tianwu blushed while in Qin Shuyang's embrace, thinking, "It's just like back then." She recalled a memory from her past life. At that time, Luo Tianwu was on her way to school. She was reading her books, focusing on her studies. Suddenly, Qin Haoyu appeared and pulled her into his arms. Just as Luo Tianwu was enveloped by Qin Haoyu's embrace, a car passed by and honked loudly. Qin Haoyu looked down at Luo Tianwu and smiled, saying, "No wonder you always rank first. You really study as if your life depends on it." Luo Tianwu blushed as she looked at Qin Haoyu smiling at her, realizing that it was the first time in her life she felt a spark of attraction, so simple that it only took a smile. At that moment, Qin Shuyang realized he was still holding Luo Tianwu and immediately let go, saying, "I'm sorry, I hugged you without permission." Luo Tianwu blushed and waved her hand at Qin Shuyang, saying, "It's okay, you only had good intentions." She thought, "Oh no, the more I look, the more he resembles." Luo Tianwu then said to Qin Shuyang, "By the way, you were there last night." She thought this was a good opportunity to clarify things. So, Luo Tianwu asked, "Have you received my letter?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyang asked, "You already know about that letter, right?" Luo Tianwu immediately stepped forward and asked, "So you understood it, didn't you?" Luo Tianwu blushed, thinking, "I can't believe Qin Haoyu has also crossed into this book." Luo Tianwu was extremely happy to think that her first love had also entered this book. She was eagerly looking forward to hearing the answer. However, Qin Shuyang told Luo Tianwu, "I'm sorry, I'm not the person you're hoping for." Upon hearing Qin Shuyang apologize to her along with the harsh truth, Luo Tianwu was taken aback. The excitement she had felt before while waiting for an answer turned into deep sadness and disappointment after receiving it. Luo Tianwu didn't say anything to Qin Shuyang. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuyang and Luo Tianwu continued walking toward the dormitory. Qin Shuyang brought Luo Tianwu to the front of the dormitory. Luo Tianwu stopped at the gate, turned around, and smiled at Qin Shuyang, saying, "We're here. You can leave me here. I can go in by myself. So, goodbye." Luo Tianwu smiled, waved goodbye to Qin Shuyang, and turned to enter. As she walked, Luo Tianwu sighed. Seeing that Luo Tianwu was in a worse mood from behind, Qin Shuyang quickly called out to her, "Wait, Luo Tianwu." So, Luo Tianwu asked, "Did you receive my letter?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyang immediately replied, "You already knew about that letter?" Luo Tianwu, upon hearing his response, stepped forward and asked, "So you understood it, right?" Luo Tianwu blushed, thinking, "I can't believe Qin Haoyu also crossed into this book." Luo Tianwu was very happy, thinking that her first love had also entered this story. She eagerly anticipated hearing his answer. However, to her surprise, Qin Shuyang said to Luo Tianwu, "I'm sorry, I'm not the person you're expecting." When Luo Tianwu heard Qin Shuyang apologize and reveal the truth, she was stunned. The excitement and anticipation she had felt earlier quickly turned into sadness and disappointment. Luo Tianwu didn't say anything to Qin Shuyang. After a moment of silence, Qin Shuyang and Luo Tianwu continued walking toward the dormitory. Qin Shuyang brought Luo Tianwu to the entrance of the dorm. Luo Tianwu stopped at the gate, turned around, and smiled at Qin Shuyang, saying, "We've arrived. You can leave me here. I can go in by myself. So, goodbye." Luo Tianwu smiled, waved goodbye to Qin Shuyang, and turned to head inside. As she walked, Luo Tianwu let out a sigh. Qin Shuyang, seeing that Luo Tianwu seemed to be in a worse mood, quickly called out to her, "Wait, Luo Tianwu." Luo Tianwu waved her hand at the girl and said, "It's not mine." The girl replied, "Oh, I see. I'm sorry." After Luo Tianwu turned to leave, everyone began to laugh at her and gossip, saying, "Look at her back." Luo Tianwu, puzzled, looked around at everyone, thinking, "Why do they have such strange looks?" Then, she went into the restroom and saw a piece of paper stuck to her back. Luo Tianwu took it off and saw it read, "I am a shameless person." Luo Tianwu angrily clenched the paper in her hand, thinking, "I can't believe this. I've been teased in such a silly way. Did they stick it on while patting my shoulder?" Annoyed, Luo Tianwu crumpled the paper and tossed it into the trash bin. Frowning in anger, Luo Tianwu thought, "I was wondering what was going on." However, when Luo Tianwu returned to class and opened the classroom door to go in, a trash can that was placed on the door fell right onto her head. Luo Tianwu thought, "Things are not as simple as I thought." Seeing Luo Tianwu getting hit by the trash can, everyone in the class began to discuss it, showing concern, but in reality, they had malicious intentions. Who would leave a trash can on the door like this? It's outrageous. Who is playing such a nasty trick? Cheer and her friends stepped forward to Luo Tianwu, pretending to worry as they asked, "Luo Tianwu, are you okay? Do you want to wipe it off with a tissue or take a break? You smell like garbage all over." Luo Tianwu ignored them, coldly walking past them and saying, "No need." The girl heard this and angrily replied, "You." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "What a terrible performance." The girl, sitting behind Luo Tianwu, caught a whiff of the foul smell from the garbage that had spilled on Luo Tianwu and thought angrily, damn, can't Luo Tianwu smell this awful stench? When the teacher entered the classroom and addressed the students, "Class, let's turn to page 156. Luo Tianwu opened her book only to see the word death written on it. She thought, next, I'll have to endure things like this in the cafeteria. When Luo Tianwu took out her lunch, she noticed a worm in her food and thought, this is such a low-level prank that it's speechless. At the gym, Luo Tianwu opened her locker and wondered, why am I suddenly being targeted? Could it be because of what happened outside on the sports field? The gym teacher said to the students on the field, you can only start playing volleyball after warming up. The girls in Gu Shuyang's group expressed their disgust, saying, can't we switch to a more refined sport? This poor and rustic atmosphere is unbearable. Luo Tianwu began to warm up on one side, thinking, is this really the imagined life of nobility for Luoyua? Just then, someone shouted. The female students were startled. The girls who were infatuated with Gu Shuyang exclaimed, how lucky. We get to have gym class with Class A1 today. Luo Tianwu thought, is it really that easy to let it go? Or do they want to wait to get revenge later? But the situation was not in her favor, as no one on the field would stand by her side. What should she do? Ouyang Yi, eavesdropping nearby, said to Gu Shuyang, oh, that's Luo Tianwu's group. Nan Mingyao, standing next to Gu Shuyang, remarked, the atmosphere is a bit strange. What happened? The gym teacher blew the whistle and called out to the female students, we're playing volleyball, not dodgeball. Stop hitting each other. And Luo Tianwu, throwing the ball like that is a serious violation of the rules. Luo Tianwu ignored the teachers ranting outside and continued to throw the ball, thinking, it's too noisy. What do they want me to do? No one wanted to help her. On Luo Tianwu's volleyball side, there wasn't a single female student supporting her. They all hated her and wanted to harm her because of Gu Shuyang. One girl bumped into Luo Tianwu, and another girl behind her pulled on Luo Tianwu's shirt, causing it to tear. Luo Tianwu was startled and thought, huh? Tang Cheer, on the opposite field, saw Luo Tianwu's shirt torn and smirked, calling out to her, oh, what happened to your clothes? Your moves are too strong. They got ripped. Luo Tianwu covered the torn part of her shirt, feeling extremely angry. She blushed, thinking, how did my clothes end up like this? Although she tried to cover it, the tear in Luo Tianwu's shirt was too large, exposing her bra. The female students on the field, seeing Luo Tianwu in such a state, began to loudly gossip with the intention of humiliating her. Look, her underwear is showing. Oh my gosh, how embarrassing. If it were me, I'd want to die. The male students nearby stared at the exposed skin of Luo Tianwu and commented, what a nice view. It seems Luo Tianwu has something going on. Upon hearing their conversation, Gu Shuyang immediately turned away. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi shouted, Suyang. Luo Tianwu covered herself, angrily thinking, this is what isolation feels like. No one is helping me? Just then, someone draped a coat over Luo Tianwu to help cover her body. Luo Tianwu was startled and thought, who is that? Gu Shuyang asked Luo Tianwu, aren't you supposed to be very capable? I can't believe you look so disheveled. Seeing Gu Shuyang's face in front of her made Luo Tianwu freeze, thinking, what the hell? Why is it this foolish guy? Gu Shuyang turned to scold the male students who were gossiping about Luo Tianwu's body, saying, if you keep looking over here, I'll gouge your eyes out. The male students quickly cried out in fear, oh, that's so scary. Gu Shuyang pointed at the group of girls near Tang Cheer, scolding them, you all need to be more restrained. Tang Cheer and the other girls following her said in fear, young Master Suyang, we didn't do anything. Gu Shuyang's righteous spirit flared up as he told them, after all, our Green Island Academy is a noble school, and we absolutely will not allow anything as lowly as school bullying to exist. Tang Cheer and the other girls following her looked stunned after hearing Gu Shuyang's words, thinking, wait, why does it feel like what you said is a bit strange? Gu Shuyang continued speaking to Tang Cheer's group, if you understand, you should leave quickly. Suddenly, the coat that Gu Xiuyang had given to Luo Tianwu was thrown back into his face by Luo Tianwu. She disdainfully said to him, "Why are you, the ringleader, pretending to be innocent? I'm returning your coat. I don't need it." Seeing this, Gu Xiuyang quickly asked angrily, "Luo Tianwu, what do you mean?" "I'm helping you." Luo Tianwu sneered at Gu Xiuyang. "How do I know if you're just drunk? After all, there's a precedent of you pushing girls into the lake." Gu Xiuyang was momentarily taken aback and couldn't retort. He coldly said, "If you like being bullied so much, then suit yourself. I see you're quite interested in the current situation." Luo Tianwu sighed and asked everyone present, "The strange ones are you? It's just torn clothes. Why act so naive? And by the way, are you excited about my underwear? Have you never seen a bikini before?" The other boys fell silent after hearing this. Luo Tianwu turned to Tang Jie and said, "I usually don't pay attention to you idiots, but it seems that if I don't say it directly, you won't understand. I am Luo Tianwu, the heiress of the Luo Group, a leading retail corporation in the world. Among you, there are quite a few who want to rely on my family to make a living. Know your place before challenging me." The other female students immediately fell silent after hearing this. In this aristocratic environment, there is a hierarchy symbolized like a pyramid. At the top is the male protagonist group, Gu Xiuyang, followed by the children of top tycoons, represented by the villainous Luo Tianwu. They form the power structure of the school. Luo Tianwu covered her mouth and said, "That's right, the previous pranks were done by the heiresses of Chow Pharmaceutical, Lam Hai Seafood, and Tan Lam Dairy, right?" The heiresses, hearing their companies mentioned like that, were startled and thought, "How does she know?" Luo Tianwu smiled and spoke to them all while also threatening them, "Looks like you have some smart ones in your group. I will prepare to handle the next act of revenge." Luo Tianwu recalled the plot she had read before and thought to herself, "Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a bullying group in the school that dares to trample on the head of the villainous Luo Tianwu. However, with my appearance, things have changed a bit. First, feeling childish and not wanting to deal with trouble, I withdrew from the famous group of friends of Tang Jie, weakening my threat in the school. Perhaps that's why they began to harbor resentment towards me. Secondly, the conflict with the male protagonist, Gu Xiuyang, created an illusion. They thought they could step on me, a so-called fox borrowing the tiger's power. Nevertheless, these people still tried to avoid making me lose face when doing bad things to prevent themselves from being defeated or having to handle a girl. Being pointed out by Luo Tianwu, her family's company panicked and immediately pointed at Tang Jie, scolding, "She's the one you're talking about, right? It's clear that following your orders led to this result. You're the one making the accusations. That's outrageous." Hearing the heiress speak about her like that, Tang Jie angrily shouted, "You idiot. Who can say such things? Don't get provoked. I saw that it was due to your secret accusations, so the two groups of girls began to confront each other, arguing back and forth, exuding a tense atmosphere as if they were about to fight. Luo Tianwu smiled and spoke to them all while also threatening them, "Looks like you have some smart ones in your group. I will prepare to handle the next act of revenge." Luo Tianwu recalled the plot she had read before and thought to herself, "Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a bullying group in the school that dares to trample on the head of the villainous Luo Tianwu. However, with my appearance, things have changed a bit. First, feeling childish and not wanting to deal with trouble, I withdrew from the famous group of friends of Tang Jie, weakening my threat in the school. Perhaps that's why they began to harbor resentment towards me. Secondly, the conflict with the male protagonist, Gu Xiuyang, created an illusion. They thought they could step on me, a so-called fox borrowing the tiger's power. Nevertheless, these people still tried to avoid making me lose face when doing bad things to prevent themselves from being defeated or having to handle a girl. Being pointed out by Luo Tianwu, her family's company panicked and immediately pointed at Tang Jie, scolding, "She's the one you're talking about, right? It's clear that following your orders led to this result. You're the one making the accusations. That's outrageous." Hearing the heiress speak about her like that, Tang Jie angrily shouted, "You idiot. Who can say such things? Don't get provoked. I saw that it was due to your secret accusations, so the two groups of girls began to confront each other, arguing back and forth, exuding a tense atmosphere as if they were about to fight. Luo Tianwu, witnessing everything from the side, felt immensely pleased and smiled, thinking, "This is it. Let them fight among themselves, you fools. How could I possibly know who did what?" The reason is simple. In the original story, all of this happened to the female protagonist. The other boys nearby watched the whole scene unfold and, after hearing Luo Tianwu's scolding, exclaimed, "So impressive." Luo Tianwu completely dominated the field. Compared to her, the fighting strength of those girls is too weak. Ge Xiuyang was also scolded. Seeing the boys turn to praise Luo Tianwu, he became extremely angry and turned to Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, saying, "Let's go." With that, he walked away. Behind him, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi shouted, "Hey, Suyang, wait for us." Nan Mingyao said to him, "I didn't expect you to help Luo Tianwu." Ouyang Yi, agreeing, added, "Yeah, we thought you wanted to torment Luo Tianwu and even looked for those girls first." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiuyang immediately turned around and asked Ouyang Yi and Nan Mingyao, "Look for those girls?" Nan Mingyao quickly covered Ouyang Yi's mouth, saying to Ge Xiuyang, "It's nothing. You heard wrong." Ge Xiuyang then asked Nan Mingyao, "Do you have any leads on the plan to use Luo Tianwu to catch Xie that you mentioned last time?" After hearing Ge Xiuyang mention Xie, Nan Mingyao replied, "Oh, about that." He then pulled out a letter from the drawer inside. Taking it out, he said, "Sure enough, it's right here." Inside the student council office, Nan Mingyao handed the letter to Ge Xiuyang. Ge Xiuyang took it and asked, "What is this?" Nan Mingyao replied, "My people are monitoring Luo Tianwu 24/7. If she makes contact with Xie, there will definitely be leads, but I haven't had a chance to check it yet." After examining the letter for a while, Ge Xiuyang fell silent and said, "I didn't expect Luo Tianwu to act so quickly." Inside was a photo of Qin Xuyang holding Luo Tianwu. At that moment, outside in the hallway, Tang Qier was angrily leaving. A female student hurried after her, asking, "Wait, are you really going to find young master Ge?" Tang Qier replied angrily, "Can't you see young master is upset? I don't want him to misunderstand me." Tang Qier pushed open the student council office door, eager to explain today's events to Ge Xiuyang. She said, "Ge Xiuyang, there's more to today's incident. We can't just stand by and let Luo Tianwu tarnish your reputation." As she stepped inside, Tang Qier noticed the photographs on the desk. They were all pictures of Luo Tianwu being surveilled. Stunned, she said to Ge Xiuyang, "Sorry for the interruption." Looking at the array of secretly taken photos of Luo Tianwu, she thought to herself, "Why are there so many covert photos of Luo Tianwu here? Isn't that something a stalker would do?" Seeing the expression on Tang Qier's face, Ge Xiuyang immediately realized she had misunderstood. He started to sweat, wanting to explain, "Listen to me." But Tang Qier didn't listen. She hurriedly turned to leave. Before she left, she asked Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, "Young Master Nan, young Master Ouyang, weren't all those rumors before just false? What a scam." Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, scolded by Tang Qier, also broke out in a sweat. They realized the situation was not going well and that Ge Xiuyang had caught on. Just as they were about to sneak away, Ge Xiuyang coldly remarked, "Aren't you going to explain?" The two of them were startled, thinking, "We're doomed." 15 minutes later, after listening to the explanations from the two, Ge Xiuyang asked Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, "Why do you think I would take action against Luo Tianwu? Am I the kind of person who lacks dignity?" Upon hearing this, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi realized their mistake and thought to themselves, "That's true." However, Nan Mingyao couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked Ge Xiuyang, "I have something I want to know. What exactly do you want to do with Luo Tianwu?" Ge Xiuyang picked up a candid photo of Luo Tianwu, looked at it, and smiled as he said to Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, "I plan to win her over, and then dump her." Hearing this, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi sighed in relief and nodded, saying, "So that's it, you want to win her over." After saying this, they both fell silent for a moment. Once they grasped Ge Shuyong's intentions, both of them immediately shouted in realization. Ge Shuyong looked at Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi and remarked, "Come to think of it, it's almost that time of year again, isn't it?" Ge Shuyong let the photo drop and stood up. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi quickly asked, "Almost what time?" "Wait, do you mean?" Ge Shuyong picked up a dart from the table and said to them, "Sticking with this rumor forever is too foolish. We might as well try a different approach." He aimed the dart and immediately threw it, hitting the target. He said to Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, "Another target will make the game a little more interesting." Meanwhile, at the public admissions section of the Green Island Academy, students were bustling about after hearing the news of the selections for the Noble section. Many rushed to ask, "Is the list for the Noble section available? Am I on it? Why wasn't I selected?" As other students jostled to see the list, eager to move to the Noble section, Wenqing, a student in the special literature class, was sitting calmly in the classroom, smiling as she gazed out the window, seemingly unconcerned about whether she would be transferred to the Noble section. At that moment, a girl ran up to Wenqing and tapped her on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Wenqing, we both got selected." Wenqing was taken aback and asked, "What?" Xiangwan, a student in the special music class A, replied, "It's what I told you about before. Every semester, the Noble section offers spots for hardworking students. In the lavish campus, the ship of fate sails between ordinary people like us and princes, leading to a sea of love. This is Cinderella's chance to transform her destiny, and she must marry a wealthy man." Wenqing exclaimed, "Oh, is this about the application I submitted earlier?" Xiangwan replied, "Finally, you understand. Let's seize this opportunity together." Wenqing's eyes lit up as she said, "An opportunity for a job with a salary of 100 million yuan per hour. That's amazing!" Xiangwan, startled, asked, "You still don't get it?" Days later, Wenqing and her classmates entered the Noble section, marveling, "The architecture is beautiful, and there's even a garden." When Luo Tianwu saw Wenqing, she was taken aback. She thought, could these people be from the Green Island Library? Luo Tianwu hid to the side, peeking out as she watched Wenqing climbing a ladder to rearrange books. As she observed Wenqing, she silently thought, "She's so adorable, just like the character in a novel. No wonder she's the heroine of the story." Suddenly, Luo Tianwu realized that Ge Shuyong, along with Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, was entering the library. She quickly ducked behind a bookshelf, fuming as she thought, that trio of persistent spirits. Wait, could it be that today is the first meeting between the male and female leads? Luo Tianwu recalled the plot from the novel featuring the heroine Wenqing, who came from a poor family and was granted a free admission to Green Island Academy due to her outstanding performance in literature. She had been selected for the list of diligent students and was appointed as the librarian for the Noble section. However, shortly after starting her new role, she had an accident while arranging books, causing a shelf to topple over and hit the male lead standing behind her. The male lead became furious and threatened to expel her from school. In the novel, Ge Shuyong clutched his bleeding head and angrily exclaimed, "Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to school anymore." Wenqing apologized profusely, but her pleas did nothing to quell the rage of the young master. In the story, Wenqing cried out to Ge Shuyong, "I'll make it up to you. I'll do anything. Please don't expel me." In her moment of anger, she decided to cling to the male lead. Ge Shuyong, while studying, noticed Wenqing appearing at the window beside him and thought, "This crazy girl is Luo Tianwu's friend in real life." The two of them drew closer and eventually fell in love, which was quite romantic. Luo Tianwu, feeling bored, muttered, Yeah, romantic. She thought to herself, "Oh, I can finally see that fool getting hit on the head by a bookshelf today." Just then, Qin Shuyong appeared, smiling one moment and looking gloomy the next, saying, "You're really interesting." "Oh, are you here to borrow books today?" Luo Tianwu turned around and replied, "Yeah, what a coincidence." She thought to herself how he was here too. That's right, Today was also the first meeting between the male supporting character and the heroine in the novel. This was the scene where Qin Shuyang approached Wenqing to offer help, saying, "I'll help you." Luo Tianwu mused, the beautiful heroine is in danger, and only the male supporting character comes to her aid. This gentleness becomes the strength that makes the heroine firmly believe in the male supporting character, pulling him out of the dark world. In the novel, Wenqing said, "I believe Qin Shuyang helped me pick up the books." Having never felt this way before, Luo Tianwu recalled this scene from the novel and turned her head away, frowning as she contemplated her complicated feelings. She still couldn't understand why she felt uncomfortable, so she ignored Qin Shuyang and continued to watch Wenqing, the heroine of the story she had entered. Qin Shuyang, puzzled by Luo Tianwu's sudden indifference, asked, "What are you looking at?" Luo Tianwu thought, "Whatever, I'll just keep watching the show." After Qin Shuyang asked, she replied, "I can't explain it all right now." Meanwhile, on the ladder, Wenqing finished tidying up the books and joyfully exclaimed, "Finally, I'm done putting them away." Suddenly, she lost her balance and began to topple backward. Luo Tianwu, observing from the side, grew excited and thought to herself, "It's happening." As she anticipated, the ladder Wenqing was standing on collapsed, sending Wenqing tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Gu Shuyang was still shelving books. Hearing the commotion, he furrowed his brows, placed the book back on the shelf, and walked away from the bookshelf area, heading toward Luo Tianwu. Seeing Gu Shuyang approach, Luo Tianwu was startled and thought, "Why is he coming this way?" Gu Shuyang approached Luo Tianwu and Qin Shuyang, raising an eyebrow as he said, "You two didn't plan this, did you?" Suddenly, behind him, a row of bookshelves came crashing down. Luo Tianwu, watching the scene, was taken aback, thinking, "What a spectacle." Wenqing sat up, clutching her head and exclaiming, "Ouch!" Looking at the fallen bookshelves in front of her, she panicked and thought, "This is bad, really bad." Frightened and worried, she stood up quickly and asked, "Is everyone okay? No one's hurt, right?" Gu Shuyang appeared in front of Qin Shuyang and Luo Tianwu and asked with a smirk, "Have you two started dating already?" Luo Tianwu, noticing that Gu Shuyang wasn't near the bookshelves, but now standing in front of her, furrowed her brows and thought, "Wait a minute." Qin Shuyang, confused, asked back, "Gu Shuyang, dating?" Gu Shuyang and Qin Shuyang locked eyes, sparks flying between them. Luo Tianwu, observing them from the side, thought, "Something about this situation feels off." Gu Shuyang smiled and said to Qin Shuyang, "Seems like it's not quite there yet, so from now on, kindly stay away from her." Qin Shuyang remained silent upon hearing this. Luo Tianwu felt like she'd been struck by lightning, thinking, "This is bad." She completely ignored their conversation, now panicking over the possibility that the important meeting between the novel's male and female leads might vanish altogether. Luo Tianwu was still concerned about the novel's plot, while on the other side of the room, the other female students in the library, after witnessing the collapse of the bookshelves, angrily approached Wenqing and scolded her, "What were you doing?" Luckily, I dodged in time. Commoners will always be commoners, can't even handle something like this. Wenqing stood up, bowed apologetically, and said to the girls, "I'm sorry, I'll compensate anyone who got hurt because of this." One girl sneered and responded, "Do you think you could make up for it if someone really got hurt? You should just get out of here." At this moment, Luo Tianwu stepped forward, picking up a book and casually asked, "Can I renew these books for another month?" Wenqing, caught off guard, quickly responded, "Yes, of course." Another girl, frustrated, snapped, "Luo Tianwu, is this really the time to be borrowing books? Do you even realize what just happened?" Luo Tianwu's expression darkened as she retorted, "Let's hope you never make a mistake in your life." The girl, confused, asked, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Shuyang approached, picking up a fallen book and calmly said, "What she means is, everyone makes mistakes. Nagging someone about their faults won't make you any more noble. If no one is hurt, then let's clean this up." The girl, irritated, shot back, "And who do you think you are?" Wenqing, now blushing, accepted the book from him and shyly said, "Thank you." Nearby, Ouyang Yi was struggling to lift one of the bookshelves back up and grumbled, "I heard the crash all the way from over there. It really startled me. Why is this so heavy? Ah Yao, come help me." Nan Mingyao rushed over, scolding, "You idiot. Take the books out first before lifting it." Ge Shuyong then walked over and said, "If no one's hurt, lend a hand. This library is still going to be used by yours truly." The other girls, intimidated, quickly responded, "Yes, yes," and started helping out. Ge Shuyong's unexpected involvement indeed caused some surprise, but with his help and that of the others, the bookshelves were quickly restored to their original state, and all the books were neatly put back in place. Once everything was back to normal, Wenqing bowed gratefully to Luo Tianwu and the others, saying, "Thank you all so much for your help today." Luo Tianwu smiled and waved her hand, dismissing the thanks. She introduced herself, "No need to thank me. Let's get to know each other. I'm Luo Tianwu from class 10A3. She then gestured toward Qin Shuyang and added, "This is Qin Shuyang from class 10A6. Qin Shuyang smiled and greeted Wenqing, "Nice to meet you." Luo Tianwu, with a mischievous grin, raised her middle finger toward Ge Shuyang and said, "And this is Ge Shuyang, from class 10A1. Ge Shuyang, noticing the gesture, frowned in annoyance and retorted, "Luo Tianwu, don't think I didn't see that." Wenqing giggled at their banter and introduced herself, "I'm Wenqing, a special A-track student majoring in literature. You two not only share the same first name, but even look a bit alike. Are you brothers? Maybe one took your father's surname, the other your mother's." Qin Shuyang opened his mouth to answer, "We're not." But Ge Shuyang quickly interrupted, asserting, "I'm an only child. No siblings. It's just a coincidence that we share the same name." Qin Shuyang fell silent after Ge Shuyang's blunt remark, while Luo Tianwu chuckled and turned to Wenqing, saying, "It's getting late, I'd better head home." With that, the group started to disperse, each one reflecting on the eventful day. Luo Tianwu turned around to leave, but after hearing Wenqing's words, she was startled and thought to herself, as expected of the female lead, she speaks the truth the moment she opens her mouth. Suddenly, Luo Tianwu remembered something. She pointed at Ge Shuyang, who was standing beside her, and said to Wenqing, "Oh, right. If you ever need help in the future, just go to him." Ge Shuyang was caught off guard by Luo Tianwu's comment, looking confused as he asked, "Huh?" Wenqing was equally surprised by what Luo Tianwu had said. Without missing a beat, Luo Tianwu waved at Wenqing and said, "Bye." Ge Shuyang finally snapped back to reality. Realizing what had just happened, he angrily shouted, "Luo Tianwu, you wait for me." What a strange person, Luo Tianwu thought as she turned and walked away. Well, at least the male lead and female lead have met now, right? As she left the library and strolled through the school campus, she sighed, "Yeah, that should make up for it." Just then, a voice came from above, not so sure about that. Luo Tianwu froze, startled. She looked up and asked, "Is that you?" The figure in the tree introduced himself, the eccentric of fate. Luo Tianwu, irritated by the title, retorted, "Eccentric? What are you talking about? I'm the real goddess of fate." What an attitude, this girl. The figure responded, "Apologies, it's your presence that invites disrespect." The so-called god of fate then said to Luo Tianwu, "Never mind, I won't stoop to the level of mortals like you. Let's get to the point." Luo Tianwu said, "Let me introduce him. This is the guy who suddenly appeared after I transmigrated into this novel. He claims to be able to control fate." When Luo Tianwu first transmigrated, the so-called god of fate had told her that day, the person who was supposed to die was someone else. "So, I'm giving you another chance. To get things back on track with the original fate, it will require a lot of energy. Until I gather enough, you'll need to stay in a different world." Back to the present, Luo Tianwu angrily asked the god of fate, "So you suddenly showing up now means I can finally go home, right?" The god of fate responded, I wish I could say that, but I'm afraid you won't be able to hold out until then. Honestly, I'm worried. Startled, Luo Tianwu questioned him, what do you mean by that? The god of fate replied, hey, with the plot being this messy, aren't you the least bit concerned? Luo Tianwu retorted, but you clearly said that even if I didn't follow the original plot exactly, it wouldn't be a big deal. She thought to herself, that's right. It was because of what he said in the beginning that I decided to maintain the image of the villainous supporting character. As long as I play out the lines, pretend to hurt Gu Xiuyang, and act heartbroken when the male lead dumps her, I can escape the plot without too much trouble. Luo Tianwu grabbed the god of fate by the collar and demanded, you're not about to tell me we can't fix the plot, are you? If you dare say that, I swear I'll beat you up. The god of fate quickly reassured her, no, that's not what I mean. The core of this world's balance is the relationship between the male and female leads. If their fate changes, or if they die, the entire world will collapse, and the story itself won't exist anymore. You know this, without each other, their lives would spiral into the darkest possible outcomes, even leading to death wouldn't be surprising. Luo Tianwu turned away, nodding, I get it. The god of fate added, actually, it doesn't affect you too much. Worst case, I can always toss you into another world. Luo Tianwu responded firmly, I'll protect them, not just because I'm worried about myself, but because this is the story written by my best friend. Meanwhile, in the student council office, Gu Xiuyang sat at a desk, speaking to Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi. I have a feeling that Luo Tianwu is definitely starting to fall for me, Gu Xiuyang said confidently. Nan Mingyao fell silent, while Ouyang Yi excitedly chimed in, really? That was fast. Xuyang, you're amazing. Nan Mingyao sighed and then asked, what makes you think that? Gu Xiuyang proudly explained, I helped her out a lot today, plus she even introduced me to someone. Sure, she says she dislikes me, but deep down, she must find me trustworthy, right? Nan Mingyao was left dumbfounded. He wasn't convinced it was true, but didn't know how to respond. Changing the subject, Gu Xiuyang asked, by the way, is the page for this year finished yet? Nan Mingyao opened his laptop and replied, yeah, it's done. But just then, the phone rang. Gu Xiuyang picked up the receiver on the desk and asked coolly, what is it, Dad? On the other end, his father said, I heard you've been organizing some little games at school? Hearing this, Gu Xiuyang smirked coldly and replied, well, being stuck on this island forever gets boring. His father, not interested in the games, but more in maintaining his reputation, issued a warning, you're my perfect heir. Play around if you want, but don't lose your focus. I don't want to see the useless version of you ever again. Running a hand through his hair, Gu Xiuyang reassured him, don't worry. I'll make sure to graduate from here in a way that satisfies you. Then he hung up the phone. Nan Mingyao, having overheard the conversation, asked cautiously, Xuyang, was that your father? Ouyang Yi, equally concerned, added, are you okay, Gu Xiuyang? Gu Xiuyang smiled and answered, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi probably thought I'd get scolded, but no surprise there, he hasn't changed one bit. As long as everything looks perfect and glamorous on the outside, he doesn't care how ugly and disgusting things are behind the scenes. No one interfering with us is for the best. Now, let's quickly pick our prey. Nan Mingyao turned to the computer and said, this year's prey has already been decided. A sheet of paper appeared, displaying the words, Green Island Academy's hunting game. This year's special prey, Xiangwan and Luo Tianwu. Meanwhile, Xiangwan, after hearing Wenqing recount the incident in the library, how Wenqing knocked over the bookshelf and was helped by students from the noble class, asked worriedly, I can't believe something like that happened. Qing, you weren't bullied, were you? Wenqing smiled and reassured Xiangwan, no, it's fine. Thankfully, the noble class students helped me out. They were actually really kind. Xiangwan nodded and said, you were lucky to meet good people. But I've heard there are a few nobles here that you shouldn't mess with. What was the name again? Oh, right, there's a young lady named Luo Tianwu. I hear she's quite domineering among the girls. And there's also When Wenqing heard Xiang Wan mention the name Luo Tianwu, she exclaimed, "What a coincidence! The girl who helped me was also named Luo Tianwu." Xiang Wan was startled by this revelation. Huh? The girls who had transferred to the noble section quickly surrounded Wenqing, excitedly asking, "Wait, are you saying you met the #1 noble heir? Is he as handsome as the rumors say? Did you get to talk to him? I heard his personality isn't the best, yet he helped you." Seeing the girls' excitement, Wenqing asked, confused, "Why are you all so excited?" Xiang Wan, noticing that Wenqing was clueless about the noble students, explained, "Did you really come to this school without looking into it? He's the most eligible man on the island, and his family owns this very island." The girls chattered excitedly. "He's like a super Prince Charming. It would be amazing to talk to him someday." Just then, a shadow darted past the bushes. Wenqing, who wasn't focused on the conversation about Gu Shuyang, noticed the movement and thought to herself, did something just pass by? Xiang Wan and the other girls had already walked ahead and, not seeing Wenqing, called out to her, "Qing, what are you doing? Hurry up!" Wenqing, snapping out of her thoughts, replied, "Coming." She ran to catch up, thinking, "Must have been my imagination." The next morning, Luo Tianwu held her head, worried. "I'm so dumb. Yesterday, I was only focused on the main leads and forgot to ask the most important question." At that moment, Qin Shuyang appeared, saying, "What a coincidence, running into you again. You don't mind if I sit here, right?" Luo Tianwu responded, sure." Qin Shuyang immediately sat down across from her. Luo Tianwu glanced at him, thinking, "What exactly is this guy's relationship with Qin Haoyu? I wonder when I'll finally catch my fate." Qin Shuyang smiled and said, "I've noticed your expressions are quite interesting every day." Luo Tianwu blushed at his words. Qin Shuyang then noticed the paper she was writing on and asked, "What's that?" Startled, Luo Tianwu quickly closed her notebook and said, "Just class notes." Internally, she thought, "I need to organize the plot carefully. Better not let him see this." Qin Shuyang then smiled and asked, "Are you and Gu Shuyang dating?" At that, Luo Tianwu's head slammed onto the desk. Qin Shuyang, surprised, asked, "Are you okay? I think I saw his name in your notebook earlier. But is that question really that scary?" Luo Tianwu, annoyed, replied, "It's terrifying. You know what? Even if the universe collapses, there's absolutely no way between me and him." Qin Shuyang chuckled and said, "But I saw something on a flyer that said." Before he could finish, Luo Tianwu quickly shouted, "That's fake. It's all fake." Qin Shuyang, relieved, smiled and asked, "So, do you have a boyfriend?" Luo Tianwu was stunned by the question, then quickly regained her composure and replied, "No, I don't." Hearing this, Qin Shuyang smiled brightly, stood up, and said, "That's great. Now I'm relieved. I should head back to the dorm." Luo Tianwu was taken aback. "Huh? What does he mean by that?" As Qin Shuyang waved goodbye, he said, "It was fun talking to you. See you next time. Bye." Then he left. Luo Tianwu, still confused, thought, what was he trying to say? Suddenly remembering something, she called out after him, "Wait. The Academy's monthly break is coming up in a few days. If you're not heading home, do you want to go shopping on the island with me? I can't go home even once, and I only have a few coins for travel." Qin Shuyang smiled and said to Luo Tianwu, "Sorry, this is my first time studying at a boarding school, and my mother is very worried. I promised her that I would come back." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, this is real, different from the original plot. She replied, "Oh really? Well, let's plan for next time." She watched Qin Shuyang leave, thinking, during the public holiday, in a few days the main leads will face danger together for the first time. Logically, the male supporting character should also be on the island, which means the main leads won't encounter any danger, right? A few days later, all the students returned, and many luxury cars appeared in front of the school. Ouyang Yi said to Gu Shuyang outside, "Su Yang, should we stay with you?" "That's right. There's nothing fun at home, Ouyang Yi added. Ge Shuyang smiled and said to his friends, "You guys get lost. Does this young master need you to stay with me? I've made arrangements a long time ago." Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi exchanged glances, asking each other, are they talking about that? It can only be that. Then Nan Mingyao went to his family's car and waved to Ge Shuyang, "Be careful and call us if anything happens." Ouyang Yi also said, "Okay, we're leaving now. See you on Monday." Ge Shuyang felt annoyed being surrounded by them, waving his hand. "Why do you always treat me like a 3-year-old? Stop nagging and go already." After watching Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi's car leave, Ge Shuyang immediately turned and entered the school. At the same time, in Qin Shuyang's car, the driver asked, "Was that Ge young master just now?" Qin Shuyang looked at Ge Shuyang leaving outside and replied, "Not for long. He won't be a Ge young master anymore." In a corner near the school gate, Luo Tianwu was hiding, watching Qin Shuyang's car leave. Luo Tianwu thought, confirmed, the male supporting character has really left. Now I just need to make sure the female lead finishes her work and gets back to the dorm safely. At this moment, inside the library, Wenqing was putting the books back on the shelf and wiped her sweat, saying, "This side is almost done arranging." The librarian said to Wenqing, "Thank you for your hard work. I'm really sorry for taking up your holiday time." Wenqing smiled and replied, "It's okay. I didn't have anything to do at school anyway." The librarian, seeing that Wenqing was so well-behaved and understanding, frowned and said, "Your parents are really something. They only get a month off." Hearing the librarian's words, Wenqing smiled, feeling a bit shy as she scratched her head, and replied, "My family is poor, so I have to accept it." The librarian suddenly remembered something, quickly took out some food from under the desk, and said to Wenqing, "By the way, I made some meat sandwiches. If you don't mind, take a few and try them." The librarian held out a few sandwiches to Wenqing. Wenqing accepted them, smiling as she said, "Wow, they smell so good." "Thank you, Miss Kim." Afterward, Wenqing tidied up her things, took the sandwiches, and left the library to head back to the dorm. Behind her, Luo Tianwu, dressed in all black, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, was following Wenqing with a backpack. Luo Tianwu was on high alert, thinking to herself, the female lead seems very safe. I hope everything goes smoothly for that fool named Ge as well. At the same time, on Ge Shuyang's side, he approached a kennel. Seeing it was empty, Ge Shuyang felt a sense of fear and thought, how could this be? I can't find Sarah anywhere. At that moment, in front of the dog kennel, there was only a chain left. In the comic Love Island, the initial romantic relationship between the male and female leads began with the disappearance of a wolf named Sarah. Sarah was a friend that the male lead had adopted a year ago. Usually, she was confined on the other side of the island, far from the crowded areas. She was the secret companion who kept the male lead from leaving Love Island. However, the male supporting character discovered this secret and secretly let the wolf go. Sarah, hungry and drugged, encountered the female lead while she was eating a meat sandwich and attacked her. Luo Tianwu, following behind Wenqing, recalled the plot of the novel and frowned, thinking, of course, in a moment of crisis, the male lead arrives just in time to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. The story's tropes have changed a bit. The male and female leads aren't very familiar with each other, but it probably won't affect much. Just then, Wenqing in front of Luo Tianwu suddenly stopped and then unexpectedly ran away. Luo Tianwu was startled and thought, huh? What's happening? Why is she running? No way. I lost her. Luo Tianwu immediately chased after her, looking around to find Wenqing. Suddenly, Wenqing appeared behind her, pointing an electric shock device at Luo Tianwu and said, "Don't move. Slowly turn around. Why are you following me? If you don't tell the truth, I'll shock you." Luo Tianwu pulled down her mask, sighed, and said to Wenqing, "Sorry for making you misunderstand." Seeing Luo Tianwu, Wenqing was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Luo Tianwu." After Luo Tianwu explained for a while, Wenqing covered her face, feeling embarrassed as she said, "So it turns out you were just out for a walk, and we happen to be on the same path? Sorry, I thought I saw a strange shadow 2 days ago and got a bit paranoid." Luo Tianwu smiled and said, "It's fine. Since we've met, let's walk together." Hearing Luo Tianwu say that, Wenqing smiled and replied, "Okay, I didn't get a chance to thank you properly last time." Seeing that everything was resolved, Luo Tianwu wiped the sweat from her forehead, sighed in relief, and thought, "Thank goodness I didn't mess things up again. I only caused a bit of confusion." Suddenly, Wenqing fell to the ground. She hugged her leg and exclaimed, "I think I ran a bit too fast and twisted my ankle. Sorry, wait for me a moment. I'll be fine." Then Wenqing noticed that some of the meat sandwiches that Ms. Jen had given her had fallen out of the box, some even landing on the ground. Seeing this, she cried out, "Oh no, the sandwiches that Ms. Jen specially made for me." Seeing Wenqing about to reach down to pick up the fallen sandwiches, Luo Tianwu immediately shouted, "Don't move." Wenqing startled and asked, "Huh?" Right behind her was Sarah, the wolf that Gu Shuyang had let loose. As Wenqing turned to look, she saw Sarah approaching. She immediately froze, trembling, thinking to herself, "Why is there a wolf here?" Luo Tianwu's expression turned serious as she instructed, "Don't panic. If you show any signs of fear, it will be emboldened to attack. Move slowly toward me." Wenqing nodded in response to Luo Tianwu's words and said, "Okay." She quickly made her way toward Luo Tianwu. Luo Tianwu also set her backpack down, opened it, and took out a stick, thinking, "I hope what I prepared will work." Luo Tianwu struck the stick against a rock, and the wolf immediately backed away upon hearing the metallic sound. Seeing this, Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "Indeed, the sound of metal makes it afraid." Luo Tianwu said to the wolf, "We're not afraid of you. If you don't want to get hurt, you should leave now." Wenqing, standing next to Luo Tianwu, admired her and thought, "This girl is really cool. If it were me, I would be too scared to move." Luo Tianwu said to Wenqing, "It's afraid of loud noises. Your wolf stun gun probably has an alarm. Take it out and give it a try." Wenqing nodded and replied, "Okay." Then she quickly took out the device. Meanwhile, Gu Shuyang was running around, calling out, "Sarah, where are you?" As he ran, Gu Shuyang heard a continuous beeping sound. He thought to himself, "What is that noise?" Luo Tianwu spoke to Wenqing beside her, saying, "Good, let's keep our distance and leave this place." At that moment, Gu Shuyang ran over, shouting, "Sarah, you really can run. Didn't I tell you not to come here?" Gu Shuyang then noticed Luo Tianwu and asked, "Luo Tianwu?" Luo Tianwu was startled to see Gu Shuyang and thought, "Gu Shuyang? The location has clearly changed, yet this idiot still shows up." Gu Shuyang, noticing Luo Tianwu trembling, smiled and asked, "Are you worried? Were you scared?" Seisamti Gu Shuyang saw this and chased after Sarah, but due to his injured arm, he stumbled and couldn't run any further. Luo Tianwu immediately grabbed his collar, angrily scolding him, "You're such an idiot. I told you something was wrong, and yet you rushed in like that." Gu Shuyang frowned and replied, "Luo Tianwu, I was saving you. Not only did you not say thank you, but what's with this attitude?" Luo Tianwu turned her head away, thinking to herself, "What a waste of effort. I clearly wanted to protect both of us, yet it led to him getting hurt." Gu Shuyang, confused by Luo Tianwu's sudden change in behavior, asked, "How's your arm? Is it badly hurt?" Seeing her attitude shift, Gu Shuyang fell silent, then hugged his arm, exclaiming, "It's bleeding a lot. It hurts so much, and I think I might faint." Wenqing, standing nearby, panicked and said, "We need to get you to the hospital." Gu Shuyang pretended to be pitiful and said, "It hurts too much. I can't walk. Looks like I'll need your help to get there." Wenqing immediately asked, "Are you really not hurt badly anywhere else?" Luo Tianwu keenly turned to Wenqing and said, "Wenqing, can you help him over there?" Luo Tianwu thought to herself, this is a great opportunity to deepen the relationship between the male and female leads. Wenqing, upon hearing this, was taken aback and said, "I can, but..." Ge Xiuyang quickly interjected, "I refuse. Luo Tianwu, you can take that guy with the surname Qian away, but you can't take me." Luo Tianwu, annoyed by Ge Xiuyang's sudden antics, asked irritably, "Stop joking around. Whether I help him or you help him, it's the same thing." Ge Xiuyang leaned against a tree behind him, holding his arm and said, "It's very different. Luo Tianwu, I think I might actually like you." Luo Tianwu was taken aback by Ge Xiuyang's words. Ge Xiuyang continued to smile and said, "So, I don't need another girl to help me." Luo Tianwu fell silent while Wenqing, hearing Ge Xiuyang's words, blushed and thought to herself, "So they have a relationship like that." Wenqing then quickly said to Luo Tianwu, "Right, I just remembered I twisted my ankle earlier, so I can't help you anymore." Luo Tianwu immediately tried to explain, "Wait, it's not like that. Just listen to my explanation, he's talking nonsense." Luo Tianwu thought to herself in fear, "What's with this idiot suddenly acting like this? Nice, and I'll help chase it away." Before Ge Xiuyang could finish his sentence, Sarah lunged from behind, trying to bite his neck. At that moment, Luo Tianwu jumped forward and shouted, "Be careful." Luo Tianwu quickly confronted the wolf, startling Ge Xiuyang. She used the metal stick to block Sarah's advance. She thought to herself, "Good thing I was prepared." The male lead in the original story was careless and got attacked by the wolf, and the female lead had to rush in to save him, leading to an intimate moment between them. Luo Tianwu forcefully pushed Sarah away with the metal stick, sending it crashing to the ground with a painful yelp. Ge Xiuyang shouted, "Sarah, get away." He then turned to scold Luo Tianwu. "Hey, Luo Tianwu, what are you doing? It won't bite." Luo Tianwu replied, "You fool. Can't you see something's wrong with it?" Sarah recovered and charged at Luo Tianwu again. Ge Xiuyang shouted, "Be careful." He pulled Luo Tianwu into his embrace and raised his arm to block the wolf's mouth. Luo Tianwu was shocked to see Ge Xiuyang reaching out to protect her. Sarah bit into his arm, then yelped in pain and turned to flee. Ge Xiuyang hugged his bitten arm, letting out a groan. Luo Tianwu, with a neutral expression, turned to look at Ge Xiuyang and, seeing the blood seeping through, immediately supported him, saying, "Let's go." At first, Ge Xiuyang was taken aback, but then turned aside with a smug smile. Luo Tianwu turned to Wenqing and said, "Wenqing, you should come along too, let's check your ankle." Ge Xiuyang immediately shot a threatening glare at Wenqing, clearly conveying a stay away from him expression. Wenqing quickly understood, waving her hands and saying, "No, it's fine. I can just go back to the dorm and apply some medicine." Luo Tianwu still worriedly asked, "What if you encounter that wolf alone? You can come back to the main campus with us. I can let you stay with us." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "Although in the novel Sarah doesn't attack others after it runs away, I still can't let my guard down." Wenqing took out the electric shock device and said, "It's okay, I have this. I can handle it." Ge Xiuyang chimed in, "Then just take her back. It's not that far from the regular student dormitory, right?" Luo Tianwu looked at Ge Xiuyang, thinking, "Why is he suddenly being so nice?" Wenqing was astonished and said, "You shouldn't. Your injury is quite serious." Ge Xiuyang interrupted, "In return, you must not talk about Sarah outside. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it." Then, Luo Tianwu supported Ge Xiuyang as they followed Wenqing to the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance of the special student dormitory, Wenqing stopped and said to Luo Tianwu and Ge Xiuyang, "We're here. This is my dorm. You two can leave me here." After saying that, Wenqing waved goodbye to Luo Tianwu and Ge Xiuyang and turned to leave. Luo Tianwu watched Wenqing walk away and frowned as she said to Ge Xiuyang beside her, "It seems like you scared her." Ge Xiuyang, expressionless, let out a sound of acknowledgement. Seeing that Ge Xiuyang wasn't paying attention, Luo Tianwu said, "You're going to regret this later." Ge Xiuyang smiled and said to Luo Tianwu, "The woman who would make me regret for a lifetime hasn't been born yet." After hearing Ge Xiuyang's self-satisfied remark, Luo Tianwu fell silent, then turned and pulled Gu Shuyang along. Gu Shuyang exclaimed, "Hey, why are you suddenly walking so fast?" Luo Tianwu, irritated, turned back to Gu Shuyang and said, "It's your arm that's injured, not your legs. Besides, who was the one screaming in pain just now?" Gu Shuyang was left speechless by Luo Tianwu's comment and fell silent. As Luo Tianwu helped him along, she asked, "Isn't he coming soon?" Suddenly, Gu Shuyang pulled Luo Tianwu to a stop, saying, "Help me block a bit. There will be a lot of eyes up ahead." Underscore 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 underscore. After Gu Shuyang spoke, his expression darkened. Luo Tianwu nodded and said, "Okay," then moved to pull Gu Shuyang's arm, wrapping it around his injured arm to conceal the wound. Gu Shuyang looked ahead and thought, "It's someone my father sent to monitor me." Luo Tianwu understood that the head of the academy, young Master Kui, secretly raising wolves was likely a measure to prevent his father's perverse desire to control him. After leaving the dormitory, Luo Tianwu pulled Gu Shuyang's hand and pointed to one side, saying, "Let's go. The hospital is this way." Gu Shuyang indicated the opposite direction and told Luo Tianwu, "No, we're going this way." Luo Tianwu was confused, thinking, what does he want to do inside the girls' dorm? Seeing the dormitory in front of them, Luo Tianwu asked Gu Shuyang quietly, "Isn't this my dorm?" Gu Shuyang, undeterred, smiled broadly and said to Luo Tianwu, "I'm sure you have a first aid kit." Upon hearing this, Luo Tianwu's expression darkened as she asked Gu Shuyang, "You're suggesting we skip the hospital for this?" Gu Shuyang replied, "This is the only way to hide from that man." Inside the dormitory, in Luo Tianwu's room, Gu Shuyang sat on the sofa while Luo Tianwu cleaned and bandaged his wound. As she wrapped the bandage, Gu Shuyang yelped, sweating as he asked, "Are you doing this roughly because you see me as a girl? Can't you be a bit gentler?" Luo Tianwu, hearing Gu Shuyang's comment, felt anger rising. She retaliated by pulling the bandage tightly on his arm, coldly saying, "Sorry, I'm not." Gu Shuyang winced as the bandage touched the wound, crying out in pain, "It hurts." After finishing the bandaging, Luo Tianwu stood up and said, "I can only manage this. Luckily, the wound isn't deep." Then, she put the supplies back in the first aid kit. After being bandaged, Gu Shuyang leaned back on the sofa to rest. He sighed and said, "Sarah must have recognized me. Even though I don't know what happened, it stopped right then. I really know how to train dogs." Gu Shuyang sat on the sofa, feeling proud of his taming achievement. Luo Tianwu turned around to put away the first aid kit, thinking, "It's like I'm looking at a silly husky. Also, that's a wolf, not a dog." Gu Shuyang, with a serious expression on the sofa, said to Luo Tianwu, "By the way, I need your support to get to the student council for a bit." Luo Tianwu furrowed her brows and turned to ask Gu Shuyang, "Aren't you going back to the dorm?" Gu Shuyang replied, "I need to find a ride back at the student council lounge." Luo Tianwu took out a gun and asked, "Is this what you mean?" "A tranquilizer gun." After changing into a different shirt, Gu Shuyang told Luo Tianwu, "You don't need to come with me. Just don't aim the gun at me." Luo Tianwu put the gun back in the box and said to him, "Even though I promised I wouldn't report the wolf to the school, I don't want to see anyone get hurt because of this and have someone hurt asking you to not act tough." Hearing Luo Tianwu's concern, Gu Shuyang was taken aback and blushed, thinking, "She really has feelings for me." Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu was thinking, "I can't let the male lead get hurt." She turned to him and asked, "By the way, do you know where to find Sarah?" Gu Shuyang turned to respond, "If I'm not mistaken, it will probably return there." In the evening, Luo Tianwu followed Gu Shuyang and asked, "How much farther?" Gu Shuyang replied, "Luo Tianwu, You should exercise more. We're almost there. If you really can't go any further, just give me your hand, and I can pull you along. Gu Shuyang reached out his hand, but Luo Tianwu coldly walked past him. Gu Shuyang said, "Then hurry up." Gu Shuyang, feeling frustrated, asked, "What, is my hand infected with bacteria?" After a moment of silence, the two continued walking. Gu Shuyang stopped and said, "We've arrived." Luo Tianwu looked around and asked, "Is it here?" She gazed at the beautiful seaside illuminated by moonlight. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "This is the first time I've seen the ocean at night." In the novel, the female lead was anxious and followed the male lead here. Was this the scene she envisioned? Gu Shuyang pointed at the sky and said, "Luo Tianwu, look up." When Luo Tianwu looked up, she saw the twinkling stars. She thought, the night sky is so beautiful. In the world I live in, you can hardly see so many stars anymore. Gu Shuyang told Luo Tianwu, "This is the place Sarah brought me to. It must really love the night sky here." Gu Shuyang lay down on the grass and added, "Actually, I really hate this island. After living here since I was 8, I'm really fed up with it. But I don't hate the sky. The stars here are so peculiar. Something so annoying can sometimes make you inexplicably fond of it." Luo Tianwu sat down next to Gu Shuyang, thinking to herself, "This guy can be innocent and pure sometimes. He's not stupid." Upon realizing the situation, Gu Shuyang asked, "What about you? Why do you suddenly seem to hate me?" Luo Tianwu replied. Hearing this, Luo Tianwu froze for a moment, turned her head away, and thought, "Because of your self-destruction." Just then, a noise startled Gu Shuyang, and he turned to ask, "Sarah?" Gu Shuyang thought to himself, "It's here, just as I expected." After the noise, Sarah stepped out, letting out a howl. When Gu Shuyang saw Sarah, he immediately stood up and moved towards it. Luo Tianwu, seeing Gu Shuyang walk straight towards the wolf, called out, "Wait, be careful." Realizing that Luo Tianwu was aiming a tranquilizer gun at the wolf, Gu Shuyang quickly stopped her, saying, "Last year during the vacation, my dad and some friends came to the island for a hunt." Gu Shuyang remembered and thought, they brought some wild animals to the island, including a pregnant female wolf, which was its mother. After giving birth on the island, to lure the hunters away, it died far from the den. When I found it, it was about to die. At that moment, I gently held it in my arms and smiled affectionately at it, saying, "This is a miracle. Your mother sacrificed herself for you. You must live well." Gu Shuyang continued recounting his childhood. After that, it always stayed close to me. On the way here, I taught you how to use the tranquilizer gun. If anything happens, use that to protect yourself. Hearing Gu Shuyang speak with such confidence left Luo Tianwu in a daze, and she asked, "You expect a newcomer to?" Gu Shuyang was startled by Luo Tianwu's words and turned to ask, "Luo Tianwu, are you sometimes not confident as well?" Luo Tianwu felt the atmosphere grow heavy, her eyes fixed on the scene before her. Gu Shuyang, a seemingly strong person, standing still beside his deceased wolf. The pain etched on his face made her feel a pang of sympathy. Finally, Gu Shuyang turned his head, his gaze filled with anger and sorrow. "I told you not to hurt it. How could this happen?" The blonde man showed no signs of worry, his eyes as cold as ice. "Young master, your safety and Miss Luo's are our top priority. We cannot allow any threats to exist." Unable to remain silent any longer, Luo Tianwu asked, her voice filled with concern, "Why did this happen? How did everything escalate to this point?" Gu Shuyang took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. "I didn't want to see others get hurt because of me. But now," his voice choked as he looked at the lifeless wolf, "it didn't deserve to suffer like this." The blonde man sensed the tension in the air. "We will not allow anyone to harm you or Miss Luo. Please rest assured." But Luo Tianwu, unable to bear it any longer, turned to Gu Shuyang. "You can't just stay like this, can you? You might be in danger. I don't want to see you get hurt again." Gu Shuyang looked at Luo Tianwu, his expression softening slightly. "I appreciate your concern, but there are things I need to face." This isn't just about me. Luo Tianwu shook her head, frustration bubbling to the surface. No, it is about you. You have to realize that your life matters. We can't just sit back and let this happen. Gu Xiuyang clenched his fists, trying to suppress the storm of emotions within him. I can't just forget what happened. Sarah, she was innocent. I should have protected her. You can't carry this burden alone, Luo Tianwu insisted, her voice firm. You need to let someone in. You need help. The blonde man cleared his throat, interrupting their conversation. With all due respect, it's not safe to linger here. We should move to a more secure location. Gu Xiuyang hesitated, torn between his grief and the urgent need to act. Finally, he nodded, but not before casting one last glance at Sarah. Fine, but I won't forget this. As they began to walk away, Luo Tianwu fell into step beside Gu Xiuyang, her heart heavy for the pain he was enduring. We'll figure this out together. You're not alone in this fight. A flicker of gratitude crossed Gu Xiuyang's face, but the weight of loss still pressed down on him. Thank you, Luo Tianwu. I just hope it's enough. We'll make it enough, she promised, determination igniting in her eyes as they moved forward into the unknown. The blonde man standing nearby nodded at her. Miss Luo, everything will be all right. We will ensure the safety of you and the young master. Luo Tianwu felt a sense of relief. Thank you. She smiled, but in her heart, she silently prayed that the coming days would not be too harsh. We will face every challenge together, Gu Xiuyang said, a new determination in his eyes. As long as you are by my side, I will not fear anything. As they got into the car, Gu Xiuyang still asked the blonde man, "When did my father find out?" The blonde man smiled cunningly and replied, "It must have been on the day you found it." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuyang gritted his teeth and said, "Just as I thought." Then he got into the car, which immediately drove off. Gu Xiuyang looked out the window. Luo Tianwu, sitting next to him, asked, "Do you need to borrow someone's shoulder to lean on a bit?" Gu Xiuyang was looking out the window when he heard Luo Tianwu say that and burst out laughing. Luo Tianwu, seeing Gu Xiuyang suddenly laugh, immediately turned to look at him. Gu Xiuyang turned to Luo Tianwu and asked, "Don't tell me you think I'm sad." Luo Tianwu felt furious at Gu Xiuyang's response, thinking to herself, what a jerk. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiuyang lay down on Luo Tianwu's lap and said, "Your shoulder is too stiff. I prefer this. Thank you for today." Luo Tianwu was taken aback by Gu Xiuyang's action, thinking, this guy knows how to say thank you too. On the other side, after receiving a phone call about Gu Xiuyang, Qin Xiuyang approached the window and asked, "Is that so? It seems his luck isn't too bad." Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard, and the door swung open. Qin Xiuyang was startled and turned around, saying, "Mom." Qin Xiuyang's mother angrily slapped him, scolding, "What have you done? Useless." Qin Xiuyang held one side of his face and exclaimed, "Hey, I was just following your instructions." His mother scolded him even more furiously, "Shut your mouth. How did I end up with such a stupid son like you? I told you, if you take action, you must kill that hybrid. Do you think Lang Feng is just anyone? How could he not know about the stupid thing you did? If that bastard doesn't die, we will be the ones dead. But as long as he dies, no matter what you do, you will be Go Lingfeng's most beloved son. How many more times do I have to tell you this?" Qin Xiuyang's face darkened from the scolding, and he said to his mother, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." His mother immediately turned to leave, and before going, she left a remark, "Don't make me regret giving birth to you." Left behind by his mother, Qin Xiuyang said, "Yes." He then continued speaking to the person on the other end of the line, "Please go on." The person on the other end replied, "We've investigated the person you asked me to look into. While there are many people with that name, after filtering, there's no one who meets the other criteria." Qin Xiuyang replied, "Got it. You've all worked hard." He then picked up a document bag, thinking, "Why did you mention this name?" On top of the file was a picture of Luo Tianwu, and below it was the line, "Investigation report on Luo Tianwu." At the same time, the car that had been dispatched returned to the dormitory. The blonde man respectfully invited Luo Tianwu to get out of the car and said, "Miss Luo, I apologize for frightening you." Luo Tianwu stepped out of the car and said, "It's okay, but I have one thing I'd like to ask of you." Hearing Luo Tianwu call him, the blonde man opened the car window and asked, "What can I assist you with, miss?" Luo Tianwu brushed her hair back and said to the blonde man, "Please give Sarah a proper burial. We should at least have compassion for a life." The blonde man, upon hearing Luo Tianwu's request, signaled an okay and said, "No problem, Miss Luo." After that, Luo Tianwu turned and left, heading back into the dormitory. At this point, only the blonde man and Gu Shuyang remained in the car. As the blonde man drove, he said to Gu Shuyang, "I said that for you, young master. The Luo family's daughter really is impressive." Upon hearing the blonde man, Gu Shuyang scoffed coldly. The blonde man continued, "In the past, among the candidates for your fiancé, you never showed a good face. The Luo family is indeed a decent choice. I'm sure your father will be very pleased." Gu Shuyang coldly said after hearing the blonde man, "You up front, shut up and drive." Seeing Gu Shuyang angry, the man smiled but said nothing more, continuing to drive Gu Shuyang back. Meanwhile, inside the dormitory, Luo Tianwu returned to her room, threw her things on the floor, and lay down on her bed. She sighed, saying, "I'm exhausted." Luo Tianwu held her head, recalling Gu Shuyang's words to her earlier that day, "It seems I've started to like you a bit." Remembering this made her head spin, and she thought, "But I still feel like the plot is a bit strange now. What on earth does that guy want?" A few days later, as the holiday break ended, students began returning to school, cheerful and excited, starting conversations with their friends. Qin Shuyang had also returned to school. As soon as Qin Shuyang arrived, he immediately approached Luo Tianwu, waving and saying, "Luo Tianwu, good morning." Luo Tianwu was startled to see Qin Shuyang smiling at her and responded, "Good morning. What a coincidence, I was just looking for you." Qin Shuyang's face flushed at Luo Tianwu's words, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Not that coincidental, I intentionally waited for you here. But you said you wanted to find me." Walking alongside Qin Shuyang, Luo Tianwu suddenly asked him, "Did you really go home during the public holiday?" Qin Shuyang stopped and asked Luo Tianwu, "Why do you ask that?" Luo Tianwu looked at Qin Shuyang next to her, thinking, he's the one who drugged Sarah and made it go crazy. In the original story, he was the one who drugged Gu Shuyang's wolf. But Luo Tianwu could only tuck her hair behind her ear and say to Qin Shuyang, "Because I thought I saw someone who looked a lot like you." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "It's a pity I can only say this." Hearing Luo Tianwu, Qin Shuyang smiled and said to her, "You must have mistaken it. During the public holiday, I took my mom shopping." Then, Qin Shuyang took out his phone, showing a picture of his mother dressed elegantly, standing in a shopping mall, holding a designer bag. He bragged to Luo Tianwu, "She bought so many things. I almost died of exhaustion." Luo Tianwu immediately turned her face away, sweating, and replied, "Oh really? Then I must have mistaken it." She thought to herself in fear, "It seems asking like this is useless. To clarify, I'll have to catch him in the act." Suddenly, Qin Shuyang said to Luo Tianwu, "Tianyu, last time I saw you write this name down on a piece of paper. I can't shake the feeling that it must be my name." Luo Tianwu broke out in a sweat upon hearing Qin Shuyang, thinking, "Fortunately, I've already come up with an excuse to explain." Luo Tianwu hurriedly told Qin Shuyang, "That person is Qin Shuyang." She added, "I can understand. Many people hope to have a different name for themselves, so they give themselves another name. I'm the same way. Have you thought of a name for yourself yet?" Luo Tianwu looked at Qin Shuyang, thinking, the male supporting character in the novel has always hated the name Qin Shuyang because it makes him feel like just a substitute. Luo Tianwu continued, "Not yet. But anyway, no one calls you by that name, so there's no rush." Once you've thought it through, let me know and I'll call you that. When Qin Shuyang heard Luo Tianwu say that, he was initially taken aback, but then smiled and said to her, "Let's do it this way. This way, we can know each other better and have a special way of addressing each other." Seeing Qin Shuyang smile, Luo Tianwu turned her face away, covering it, and thought, "I really can't resist this smile." Qin Shuyang found this puzzling. Behind them, Xiangwan said to Wenqing, who was walking beside her, "That guy is both handsome and cool. No wonder our Qing keeps staring at him like that." Wenqing immediately waved her hand at Xiangwan, saying, "I'm not staring at him. I'm looking at that girl." Xiangwan was shocked and asked, "Oh, the girl? Why are you blushing?" Wenqing nodded and said to Xiangwan, "She's the Luo Tianwu I told you about." Xiangwan felt uncomfortable upon hearing this and remarked, "Oh, it's her? So she's the famous young lady. No wonder there's a handsome guy next to her." Wenqing responded to Xiangwan, Yuan, "She's really great. Many people like her. It's not surprising at all." Xiangwan immediately gestured for Wenqing to stop and said, "You're being too naive. Luo Tianwu is definitely not trustworthy. Trust me, if she's being nice to you, she definitely has ulterior motives." All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Wenqing was about to argue further, but Xiangwan said, "Do you want to come to the restaurant where I work for lunch today? They have really delicious food." At the restaurant where Xiangwan worked part-time, she brought out several types of pastries for Wenqing. Seeing the pastries on the table, Wenqing blushed and exclaimed, "Wow, they look so delicious." Xiangwan felt incredibly proud seeing Wenqing's excitement and said, "The head chef really likes me now. I asked him to make all of this." Wenqing, hearing Xiangwan say that, became worried and asked, "Is that okay?" Xiangwan replied, "Don't worry, it's no problem. I just did it like that. Hurry up and try some. The chefs here are all 5-star level." The poor child looked like she had been treated terribly. Xiangwan sighed. Wenqing started eating the pastries and said to Xiangwan, "It really is filling." Xiangwan replied, "If I didn't know you, who would believe that there are still people with leftovers at home at this hour? Are you really the biological child of your parents?" Wenqing, hearing this, said sadly to Xiangwan, "Well, it's not exactly that bad." Xiangwan waved her hand and said, "You eat slowly, I'll go work first." At that moment, the chef called Xiangwan to bring food to the customers. Seeing that Xiangwan was busy, Wenqing waved goodbye and said, "Bye." Then Xiangwan started serving tables, bringing a plate of food to a customer and saying, "Enjoy your meal." Afterward, Xiangwan turned around and noticed that a boy had left his watch behind. She immediately picked up the watch and called out to the customer, "Wait, is this your watch that you forgot?" The boy, seeing this, turned around and asked, "Huh? It's mine. Thank you. What's your name?" "I want to thank you properly." Xiangwan blushed and said, "No need, it's nothing." Luo Tianwu, sitting nearby and eating, turned her head and thought to herself, "Strange, that boy." The boy continued talking to Xiangwan, saying, "Actually, this watch is my mother's heirloom. It means a lot to me." Luo Tianwu heard this and thought, "This dialogue sounds familiar." At this moment, Wenqing smiled, approached Luo Tianwu, and asked, "Can I sit here?" Seeing Wenqing come over, Luo Tianwu replied, "Of course, please sit." Luo Tianwu secretly smiled, thinking that no matter how many times she had seen it, she still found the female lead very cute. Wenqing looked around and then asked Luo Tianwu, "Are you all alone? Isn't Gushuyang with you?" Just as Luo Tianwu finished eating, she choked and said, "Listen to me, you really misunderstood. That guy was just joking." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, almost forgetting that there was such a big hassle. Luo Tianwu continued speaking to Wenqing. "If the universe were to be destroyed, if the sky fell and the earth cracked, even if it were just me and him left in this world, absolutely, I would not like him." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, yes, there were indeed two very important reasons. At the burial site of the wolf Sarah that Gu Shuyong had raised, Ouyang Yi stood by, crying, and said to Gu Shuyong, "I'm sorry, it would have been better if we hadn't come back." Nan Mingyao spoke up, "If you're sad, just cry." Hearing Ouyang Yi say this, Nan Mingyao sighed and then said to Gu Shuyong, "After so many years, your father really hasn't changed at all, has he?" Gu Shuyong placed a flower on the grave of the little wolf Sarah and said, "There has been a change. At least this time, the grave isn't empty anymore." Gu Shuyong began to remember the past, when he was little, kneeling in front of the grave, crying out the name Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan, Qin Yuan. The bodyguard saw this and immediately rushed to Gu Shuyong's side, saying, "Young master, it's time to go. We can't keep the old man waiting." Gu Shuyong pushed the bodyguard's hand away, crying out, "I don't want to go. He's the murderer, not my father. I won't listen to him anymore." Go Lingfeng, receiving a cigarette from the bodyguard, stepped forward to speak to Gu Shuyong. "Well, then you can just keep kneeling here." Kneeling in front of an empty grave, what a funny joke, isn't it? Hearing this, Gu Shuyong got angry and shouted, "What do you mean? Where did you take Qin Yuan?" Go Lingfeng, with the bodyguard lighting his cigarette, smiled and said, "Betraying me and still wanting to be buried in the Qin family ancestral grave? How disgusting! My son, you really don't resemble my son at all. It's all because of that foolish woman." Gu Shuyong angrily struck out at Go Lingfeng, shouting, "Criminal! Give my mother back to me! Return her to me!" Go Lingfeng asked, "Do you want to know where her ashes are? Then prove to me that you're worthy of being the heir of the Gu family." At that time, Gu Shuyong was still young, but his eyes were filled with hatred. He wiped his tears and looked towards Go Lingfeng. Back in the present, Nan Mingyao waved his hand at Gu Shuyong, saying, "Let's not talk about your father anymore. How are things going between you and Luo Tianwu?" Nan Mingyao thought to himself, the death of his mother was Gu Shuyong's greatest pain, so it might be better to change the subject. Ouyang Yi, beside him, also spoke to Gu Shuyong. "Yeah, she even helped you plead to bury Sarah. It seems like things are progressing quite well." Gu Shuyong smiled smugly, saying, "Your young master goes into battle, and what woman can't be dealt with?" Ouyang Yi whispered to Nan Mingyao, "Ah Yao, why do I feel like Gu Shuyong really has feelings for Luo Tianwu? Isn't it supposed to be an act?" Hearing Ouyang Ye's words, Gu Shuyong replied, "I told you it's not possible." Nan Mingyao, hearing this, asked, "Huh? Did you forget?" Gu Shuyong had a little angel, his first love, that he would never forget. At this moment, in the diner where Xiangwan worked part-time, Wenqing sat across from Luo Tianwu and asked, "Why are you so sure that he doesn't like you?" Luo Tianwu looked at Wenqing, thinking that it was because of the way the plot was written. In the original work, Wenqing was stared at by Luo Tianwu, which made her feel confused and tilt her head. Luo Tianwu continued to think about how the two had known each other since childhood and had saved each other, becoming each other's first love, a classic and timeless setup. Luo Tianwu recalled the content of the novel Green Island of Love, where the male and female leads had known each other since they were young. The male lead's mother had to be hospitalized for treatment due to illness. For the female lead, who was mistreated by her parents, the kindness of the male lead was a rare light in her dark life. At that time, Gu Shuyong was still a child and had seen Wenqing crawl through the crack in the door, reaching out to ask, "Are you okay? You're dirty." In that naive fairy tale, the female lead also became a gentle comfort for the male lead during countless nights of suffering. Unfortunately, the time they spent together was too short, only a few days, and then they had to be apart for many years. Thus, they did not recognize each other at first sight. Luo Tianwu sighed, thinking that the eyes of this body resembled the female leads a little, which made the male lead see her as a substitute. In the novel, the two gradually recognized each other during their time living together. But now the plot had been turned upside down, and she could only help push them a little closer together. So, Luo Tianwu took Wenqing's hand and said, "Right. I can read fortunes. Let me take a look for you." Luo Tianwu acted very professionally, continuing. As long as I hold your hand, I can sense the trajectory of your destiny. I can see your love. Wenqing heard this and broke into a sweat, thinking about what to do. Luo Tianwu continued speaking to Wenqing. It seems that when you were little, in a large house with a flower garden, you met a boy who looked like an angel. Wenqing was startled upon hearing this. Luo Tianwu continued. Oh, breaking up so soon? But the red thread between you two hasn't been cut. Oh my, this red thread is connected to someone beside you. It seems you've encountered your true destiny. After hearing this, Wenqing nodded and said, Wow! Luo Tianwu is not only beautiful with a good personality, but she also has superpowers. She's truly the best girl I've ever met. Luo Tianwu, hearing Wenqing's praise, broke into a sweat, thinking, Hey, it seems you've missed the main point. I didn't ask you to compliment me. Wenqing continued speaking to Luo Tianwu. I know this might sound a bit forward, but can I be your friend? Luo Tianwu was surprised by this, thinking. Just as expected of the female lead, her thoughts are quite off target. Luo Tianwu asked Wenqing. We're already friends, though. Wenqing happily replied. That's great. Thank you, Tianyu. At that moment, Xiangwan appeared and said, Qin, what are you doing? Wenqing found Xiangwan's anger puzzling and turned to her, saying, I was just talking to a friend. Xiangwan was so angry that she held her head and said to Wenqing, Enough. You're so silly. Luo Tianwu curiously looked at Xiangwan. The two exchanged glances and Xiangwan immediately turned around to leave, saying, Nothing, I have some things to do. Wenqing saw Xiangwan leave abruptly and called out, Wan. Unable to catch up with Xiangwan, Wenqing felt sad and bowed apologetically to Luo Tianwu, saying, Sorry, she's actually very nice. It's just a bit of a misunderstanding. Luo Tianwu waved her hand and said, It's fine. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, principally, she has a bunch of scandals in her hand. Then the scene shifted to sunset on the campus. Xiangwan left her part-time job, angrily thinking, that foolish Wenqing doesn't even realize who really treats her well. How can Luo Tianwu, who used to bully others, suddenly treat her nicely? Clearly, we are the best friends. As she was walking, Xiangwan accidentally tripped over a rock and fell down. She cried out in pain, Ouch! Lifting her knee, she saw her leg was bleeding and thought, What bad luck! At that moment, Kong Gwyn, the boy Xiangwan had once returned a watch to at her part-time job, appeared, offering her a cloth and saying, Use this. We meet again. I'm Kong Gwyn. Xiangwan hurriedly waved her hand and said, No need. It's just a small injury. I can handle it myself. Kong Gwyn squatted down, bandaging Xiangwan's wound and said, Don't worry. The cloth is very clean. But you should definitely go to the infirmary. Behind them, Conwen's friends shouted, Ka, hurry up. They're waiting for you. Xiangwan stood up and thanked Kongwin. He smiled and said, Don't mention it. Then Kongwin turned around and left. Xiangwan watched him go, thinking, So warm. Oh my, Kongwin. Kongwin left with his friends. One of them teased Kongwin, asking, Is that the prey that goes offering a reward for this time? Kongwin replied, That's right. It's the type that's easy to make money from. I'm definitely going to get the reward this time. That evening, sitting in her dorm room, Luo Tianwu sat on the table, frowning, thinking, the affection between the male and female leads will increase after they find their first love. But before that, they need a certain level of mutual goodwill, so they have to see each other's strengths. Listing the places worth the male and female leads visiting, Luo Tianwu began writing down the good qualities of both. She was very pleased with her wise decision, writing while humming and thinking. As for the female lead, Wenqing, there's no need to say more. She's lovable, kind, righteous, talented, and a bit silly like Lam. Next was the male lead. Luo Tianwu wrote down a series of positive traits for the female lead on the paper: lovable, kind, righteous, talented. However, when it came to the male lead, Luo Tianwu's pen came to a halt because she couldn't think of any good qualities to write down. In her eyes, the male lead only had flaws. Luo Tianwu held her head in frustration, thinking, wait, does that guy have any good qualities? I can't think of any. The next day, in class, Luo Tianwu was still pondering the strengths of the male lead, Ge Shuyang. She thought, I've run out of ideas. I can only use the most foolish method. Luo Tianwu turned to ask Tang Qier, I have a question for you. What do you like about Ge Shuyang? Tang Qier was startled when Luo Tianwu smiled and turned to ask her, fearfully exclaiming, what do you want? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I haven't done anything recently. Luo Tianwu continued to smile and replied, I'm just curious. I really don't have any ulterior motives. She waved her hand, thinking, is she really that scared? But conducting a survey among the girls was the quickest way to learn about the strengths of that idiot. Tang Qier, confused, said to Luo Tianwu, he's definitely handsome and very rich. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianwu immediately turned to write it down, saying, oh really? Tang Qier thought to herself, why is she taking notes? Is there really no plot here? Luo Tianwu then started to ask other girls. A girl with pink hair responded, Ge Shuyang is smart but a bit foolish. He's also the heir of a large financial group. Luo Tianwu wrote this down while thinking, I'll note this too. Another girl with blonde hair answered, he's the most handsome guy I've ever met. Plus, his physique is great. He looks so happy. After writing that down, Luo Tianwu thought, I'll write this too. She looked up and said, thank you. Then Luo Tianwu was startled, thinking, wow, after surveying so many people, it turns out everyone likes that jerk because of the glow around him. No one actually likes him as a person. At that moment, Ge Shuyang, who was upstairs typing on his computer, spotted Luo Tianwu below. He thought to himself, Luo Tianwu, after a while of hearing the girls explain why they liked the male lead, Ge Shuyang shook his head, thinking, so this is what they call the popularity of Kui. How pitiful. Just then, Ge Shuyang called out, Luo Tianwu. Startled by Ge Shuyang calling her name, Luo Tianwu turned around. Ge Shuyang, along with Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, approached her. Ge Shuyang curiously asked, Luo Tianwu, what are you doing here? Luo Tianwu immediately hid behind a female student and said to Ge Shuyang, it's nothing. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. With that, she quickly ran away, thinking, I can't face him right now. I won't be able to stand that sympathetic look. Ge Shuyang watched Luo Tianwu run off, feeling confused. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi also thought, she seems to be getting weirder by the day. Ge Shuyang frowned and turned to ask the girl next to him, hey, what did she want from you earlier? The girl blushed and replied, she asked me why I like Ge Shuyang. The girl rolled her eyes, thinking, did she confess? Ge Shuyang, Nan Mingyao, and Ouyang Yi fell silent upon hearing this. Ge Shuyang smiled and said, Luo Tianwu, are you jealous? Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi frowned and said from behind, no, I think you're overthinking it. The girl, feeling frustrated, said, Ge Shuyang, I just confessed. Can you please not ignore me? Ge Shuyang smiled and replied, you need to be more proactive. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the atmosphere was very noisy. Luo Tianwu lay on her desk, thinking, this isn't making any progress at all. How exactly does the romantic connection between the male and female leads develop according to the principles? At that moment, the teacher tapped the desk and said, quiet down. I have an announcement to make. The extracurricular activity for this semester has been decided. In 3 days, there will be a 3-day, 2-night adventure trip across the island. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianwu suddenly sat up, thinking, wait, what is this? The teacher continued speaking from the podium. Additionally, this expansion will include a team mission format. Each team will consist of 4 members, and there are no restrictions on class or grade. Everyone must submit their team lists by tomorrow. Tang Qier, hearing this, angrily exclaimed, what kind of lame activity is this? Aren't we supposed to be traveling the world this year? The teacher shifted their gaze and replied, "If you have any objections, talk to the student council. This is their decision." "All right, everyone, hurry up and form your teams." The other female students exclaimed, "Oh, so it's Gu Shuyong's group that decided this. That means we might be able to team up with the likes of Go." Tang Chier's expression darkened upon hearing the other girls, thinking, no matter what, I can't let Luo Tianwu take advantage of this situation. Then Luo Tianwu, confused, asked, "Do you all want to team up with me?" The girls in Tang Chier's group immediately responded to Luo Tianwu, "This is also an apology for what happened before. Let's coexist peacefully." Tang Chier smiled at Luo Tianwu and said, "It just so happens we have 3 people. Adding you makes 4. Luo Tianwu smiled and replied, "Sure." The other girls were taken aback, thinking, is she agreeing so easily? Luo Tianwu stood up and said to them, "I need to go to the library to return a book. I'll head out first." The girls immediately replied, "Bye-bye." After Luo Tianwu left, they began discussing, why is she so easy to talk to? All the preparations we made had no effect at all. Tang Chier, standing nearby, frowned and said, "As long as we achieve our goal. This way, we can keep her from going with Gu Shuyong. When the time comes, we'll make her call for help and no one will answer." At that moment, in the library, Luo Tianwu peeked out, smiling and waving. "Are you 2 here to see me?" Wen Qing saw Luo Tianwu and immediately replied joyfully, "Luo Tianwu, are you here to see me? Can we team up?" "I'm so happy. I also have Yuan Yun with me. I need to ask her first." Luo Tianwu smiled and said, "That's fine. You can ask her and just let me know." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, if I remember correctly, this might not go as smoothly as it seems. Just then, Qin Shuyong appeared and asked, "Are you discussing the organization of the expansion activity? I knew I'd find you here. If you don't mind, can I join in?" Luo Tianwu and Wen Qing turned around, looking puzzled. Luo Tianwu secretly asked, "Wen Qing, would you mind if a boy joined?" Wen Qing whispered back, "Having a guy might be safer. Besides, he's here because of you, right? Tianyu is quite popular, but does Gu Shuyong care?" Luo Tianwu wanted to respond but fell silent, thinking, isn't it strange for a female lead like you to ask me if the male lead cares about the male supporting character and me being in the same team? I thought I said not to misunderstand. Just then, Gu Shuyong appeared and said, "What kind of guy insists on joining a girl's team? Don't you feel embarrassed?" Luo Tianwu and Wen Qing immediately turned their heads. Gu Shuyong appeared with Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi. Gu Shuyong crossed his arms and added, "Also, just so you know, I've already picked this person. None of you can claim him." Qin Shuyong's expression darkened upon hearing this, while Luo Tianwu was startled, thinking, wait, are you out here talking to yourself again? Qin Shuyong smiled upon hearing Gu Shuyong's words, ignoring Gu Shuyong's remark, and said to Luo Tianwu and Wen Qing, "Thank you, let's decide on that. I look forward to being with you all." Luo Tianwu also smiled at Qin Shuyong, saying, "I hope to learn a lot from you. If there's anything you need help with along the way, I'll be counting on you." With that, Qin Shuyong turned to leave. Gu Shuyong saw that Luo Tianwu still wanted to team up with Qin Shuyong, and that Qin Shuyong didn't take him seriously, which made him angry. He frowned and snapped at Luo Tianwu, "Are you 2 deliberately ignoring me?" Ouyang Yi, standing nearby, noticed Gu Shuyong's sudden anger and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Suyong, see through it, but don't say it outright." Luo Tianwu, confronted by Gu Shuyong, then turned to ask, "You want me to join your group of 3, right?" Gu Shuyong smiled, praising Luo Tianwu, smart. He was excited, thinking Luo Tianwu would agree to join his team, but to his surprise, Luo Tianwu said, "I decline." Gu Shuyong was taken aback, unable to believe it, and asked, "Huh?" Luo Tianwu smiled and took the hands of Qin Shuyong and Wen Qing, saying, "Because I prefer being with them." "Sorry." Qin Shuyong and Wen Qing blushed upon hearing Luo Tianwu's words, thinking, Tianyu. Gu Shuyong, furious, turned to leave, saying to Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, What is this woman thinking? She clearly has feelings for me. Why can't she seize this opportunity? Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, overhearing Gu Shuyong's musings, thought to themselves, a team of 4 doesn't count as having ulterior motives. Nan Mingyao sighed and approached Gu Shuyong, saying, if she doesn't agree, then let it go. At most, we can just act with them later. Despite Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi's attempts to comfort him, Gu Shuyong still couldn't shake off his feeling of hurt. He ran his fingers through his hair and coldly remarked, why does she always act like this when she meets those two? Are they better than me? I can't just let this slide. I must think of a way. Meanwhile, in class 10A6, Qin Shuyong entered to find his books on his desk rummaged through and scattered everywhere. Picking up a book, he turned to the class and asked, who did this? But no one responded. A classmate holding a basketball walked by, and Qin Shuyong said, wait a minute, I'll clean the desk and then head to the court. The classmate paused, looking flustered, and replied, no need, we have enough people already. He quickly left, leaving Qin Shuyong to smile to himself, thinking, so I've been isolated now. In the library, when Qing received news that she could no longer work there, she was incredulous and asked the librarian, why is that? Did I do something wrong? The librarian sighed and shook her head, saying, this is the order from the student council. Starting tomorrow, you shouldn't come anymore. On the way home, when Qing shared this story with Xiangwan. After hearing it, Xiangwan was furious. This is outrageous. I told you, Luo Tianwu isn't a good person. When Qing sighed, no, it's probably not her fault. It might be Gu Shuyong. Xiangwan disagreed, saying, whoever gave the order, Luo Tianwu is still the spark that ignited it. She invited you to team up just to use you, creating an opportunity for Gu Shuyong. When Qing couldn't believe it, but Xiangwan threw a photo album at her face. Everyone at school knows how Luo Tianwu has been chasing after Gu Thiu. Reading the papers in her hands, when Qing was taken aback, unable to believe her eyes. However, Xiangwan warned, she's just using you. For now, you can't turn against her. The next day, while Luo Tianwu was in class, Tang Qir approached and said, Tianyu, there's a strange person looking for you. Luo Tianwu stepped outside and saw Wen Qing waiting for her. What's going on? She asked. When Qing apologized, I can't team up with you anymore. Meanwhile, in a small garden, Xiangwan was meeting Kong Wen to seek help with the student council issues. After listening, Kong Wen frowned, saying, this isn't easy to resolve, but let me see what I can do. He thought to himself, you've messed with Gu Thiu and now you're coming to me for help. You really have no sense. Feeling exhausted after hearing about Xiangwan's predicament and how her friend angered the student council, Kong Wen didn't want to get involved in the pressures from the council. However, with his not-so-pure intentions towards Xiangwan, he returned, feigning a smile and speaking sweetly, let me give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll think of another way for your friend. Don't worry. Xiangwan blushed at Kong Wen's promise, thinking, what does he mean by that? She dreamed of a fairy tale, hoping she would be the one to marry the prince. Kong Wen suggested, by the way, there's an upcoming event. Would you like to join a team with me? Xiangwan felt embarrassed, but still pretended to think it over. Let me consider it first. She wanted to appear not so easy to get. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Luo Tianwu listened as Wen Qing recounted how the student council had banned her from working in the library. She was furious and said, I can't believe this happened. I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. I'll take care of this. Luo Tianwu cradled her head, thinking about the one responsible for this mess. What a jerk. Grateful to Wen Qing for trusting her, Luo Tianwu said, there are some things I can't explain right now, but I'm not hiding anything with bad intentions. I really consider you a friend. Wen Qing smiled, feeling relieved and delighted, thinking to herself, Luo Tianwu is truly wonderful. As the school bell rang, Qin Shuyong stood in class, surveying the mess of chairs and desks. He sighed before stepping outside. As soon as he exited the classroom, he spotted Luo Tianwu. Startled, Qin Shuyong asked, what are you doing here? Luo Tianwu frowned and inquired, "Where's the desk?" Qin Shuyang, looking worried, replied, "I'm sorry. Don't worry. I can handle it." Luo Tianwu pressed on, "What are you planning to do?" Qin Shuyang smiled and started to say, "Of course." But suddenly, the door to the student council room was kicked open. Gu Shuyang, sitting inside, smugly asked Luo Tianwu, "Have you finally changed your mind?" Luo Tianwu's anger flared. She stepped up to Gu Shuyang and ripped a book in half before throwing it at his face. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi watched in shock as Gu Shuyang cradled his head in pain and angrily demanded, "Luo Tianwu, what's your problem?" Luo Tianwu coldly declared, "You're the crazy one. Go apologize to Qin Shuyang and Wenqing right now." Gu Shuyang, fuming, retorted, "You've already shown enough favoritism toward them. Why should I apologize?" Luo Tianwu, losing her patience, punched Gu Shuyang in the face. He recoiled in pain, holding his nose and said, "My tolerance for you has its limits." Disappointed, Luo Tianwu replied, "You really are disappointing. Is it fun to expel and isolate others? I regret having changed my opinion of you. Sorry, but I don't want to be on the same team as you." With that, she turned away and slammed the student council room door behind her, clearly expressing her anger. Gu Shuyang, seething, couldn't understand what she was saying. He turned to Nan Mingyao and demanded, "What's going on?" "Ah Yao, find out about those two right now." Nan Mingyao quickly opened his laptop and began typing, saying, "I'm looking into it." Ouyang Yi, standing nearby, was surprised by what he saw on the screen. Nan Mingyao paused and said, "Wait a second, that girl was expelled. This doesn't seem like the orders we gave." Shaking his head, he added, TSK, that guy named Qin is being bullied." Ouyang Yi then asked, "Ah Yao, didn't you clarify things with your subordinates? Is that why they misunderstood?" Frustrated, Nan Mingyao replied, "You fool, you could have been here when I was talking." Ouyang Yi nodded in agreement. "That's true." Nan Mingyao became serious. "I'll investigate thoroughly to see where things went wrong, but Gu Shuyang, I feel like we've been played." At Green Island Academy, which has a special comprehensive enrollment system, it's all about the dormitory. Meanwhile, when Qing answered her phone, her face lighting up with joy. "I can continue working at the library. Thank you, Mrs. Kim. This is amazing." After hearing that she could stay, Wenqing immediately hugged Xiangwan and exclaimed, "Xiangwan, this is fantastic. I've kept my job at the library." Xiangwan, seeing Wenqing's joyful reaction, exclaimed, "Congratulations." She assumed that Kongwen was behind the success and thought, "Wow, it got resolved so quickly. It seems like his offer to help wasn't just empty words after all." On the day of the event, students in various teams were bustling around, chatting excitedly. A teacher grabbed a megaphone and announced, "Due to the large number of participants, this expansion activity will be divided into 5 areas. Please form your teams and send your team leaders here to draw lots to decide which area you will go to." Xiangwan scanned the crowd and wondered, where are Kongwen and the others? "We were supposed to meet nearby." She turned to Wenqing and said, "I'm going to find Kongwen. You wait for me here and don't wander off, okay?" Wenqing waved her hand and replied, "Okay, you go ahead." As Xiangwan left, a girl bumped into Wenqing. The girl's friends angrily exclaimed, "What are you doing just standing around in the middle of the path? Can't you be more considerate with so many people around?" Startled, Wenqing said, "I'm sorry, I'll move right away." She stepped into a small corner, thinking, "Finally, I can get some space." In the moment of solitude, Wenqing sighed and, when she opened her eyes, was startled to see a couple in front of her kissing. She quickly covered her face, blushing bright red, and exclaimed, "How embarrassing." The boy had his arms around the girl's waist, and she playfully said, "Remember our agreement. After this, you have to make it up to me." The boy replied, "Anything you want, my darling." Wenqing sighed in relief as she watched the couple leave, thinking, "Finally, they're gone." She pondered, since Tianyu is nearby, should I go thank her? Meanwhile, Tang Cheer and her group of girls confronted Luo Tianwu, their arms full of bags. One of them said angrily, What do you mean by suddenly saying you won't team up with us? Another added, do you realize how many people we had to turn down because of you? And look at all the things we prepared. Luo Tianwu replied nonchalantly, it means exactly what it says, but I'm curious, what did you prepare? Tang Cheer, startled, stammered, these are just some personal items for girls. She thought to herself, I can't let her see these props. Luo Tianwu waved her off, saying, never mind, I can guess what they are. Just then, Qin Shuyang approached, waving and asking Luo Tianwu, Tianyu, why are you by yourself? Luo Tianwu sighed and explained, when Qing said she wanted to go with a friend, so she might not make it. Qin Shuyang asked, might not. At that moment, Gu Shuyang stormed over, angrily addressing Luo Tianwu. You want to team up with this guy? I won't allow it. Behind Qin Shuyang stood Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, who were making their way over as well. Gu Shuyang sighed and said to Luo Tianwu, let's just compromise. I'll allow you and this guy to join my team. Before Gu Shuyang could finish, Luo Tianwu cut him off, no need. With a fierce look, she confronted Gu Shuyang. Why should I work with someone who can't even apologize? What did he do wrong? Luo Tianwu was still upset over Gu Shuyang's role in isolating Qin Shuyang and preventing Wen Qing from working in the library. Feeling disappointed with Gu Shuyang, she turned to leave. To her surprise, Gu Shuyang suddenly said to Qin Shuyang, I'm sorry, Luo Tianwu. Qin Shuyang was taken aback when he heard Gu Shuyang apologize, thinking, what? Gu Shuyang stepped forward, extending his hand to Qin Shuyang, signaling his apology. Although I still don't quite understand where I went wrong, the trouble you're in is indeed caused by me. For that, I must apologize. Seeing Gu Shuyang suddenly act so understanding left Qin Shuyang frowning. This is unexpected. However, he accepted the apology, reaching out to shake Gu Shuyang's hand with a smile, saying, it's fine, I can understand. Yet, as they shook hands, both Qin Shuyang and Gu Shuyang silently squeezed tightly. After a moment, they released each other, both feeling a dull ache in their hands. The moment passed without further incident. Qin Shuyang smiled at Gu Shuyang, saying, it really was just a minor issue. They both thought in unison, that hurt. Gu Shuyang immediately rubbed his hand after the handshake, then turned to Luo Tianwu and asked, Tianyu, is it okay now? Luo Tianwu, still angry, replied, no. Gu Shuyang, surprised by her reaction, asked, huh? Why isn't it okay yet? Luo Tianwu turned to Gu Shuyang and said, we still need to wait for someone. The person she was referring to was Wen Qing. Meanwhile, Wen Qing approached the group and said, sorry, may I borrow a moment? She thought to herself that a simple thank you to Tianyu before returning should be fine, right? Xiangwan was startled to see Wen Qing and asked, Qing, why are you out here? Everyone is already here. She pointed to Kong Gwyn and introduced him to Wen Qing, saying, this is Kong Gwyn, the one I told you about. Wen Qing replied, hello. As she looked at Kong Wen's face, she thought to herself that she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly, it struck her, you were the one earlier. She realized, oh, he's the guy from that couple I saw just now. When Qing asked Kong Gwyn, just now, I saw you talking to a girl. Is she on our team too? Where is she? Kong Gwyn immediately flushed and replied, what girlfriend? I've never had a girlfriend. He thought nervously, oh no, that big toad just saw me. Xiangwan coughed lightly and interjected, you must have misseen that. When Qing, not convinced, replied, no, I definitely saw you talking to a girl just now. Feeling the heat of the situation, Kong Gwyn started to sweat and said, sorry, there's something I forgot to tell you. I have a buddy who wants to join me, so I can't bring anyone else along. Xiangwan was taken aback and exclaimed, huh? Kong Gwyn then patted a friend beside him and said, he's been threatening me using his heartbreak as leverage. I'm really at a loss. The friend quickly chimed in, that's right, it's me. I suddenly forced him into this. I'm so sorry. Xiangwan heard this and exclaimed, but I already told Qing. When Qing, standing nearby, smiled happily and said, is that so? Then we'll just join another group. Maybe Tian you can. That's right. She even helped me sort out my job situation. Xiangwan quickly interjected, but didn't Luo Tianwu say not to pay her any mind? Also, it was Kong Guin who helped you with your job at the library. Get your facts straight. Kong Guin, taken aback, nodded, yes. Xiangwan did ask me for help. Wen Qing was puzzled and said, you're really strange. Why are you lying about your girlfriend and your job situation? Kong Guin, surprised, shouted, huh? You're the strange one. Out of respect for her being your friend, I didn't want to say anything harsh, but you've been wrongly accusing me, which is a bit much. Never mind, I don't want to see her anymore. Xiangwan quickly defended, sorry, she didn't mean any harm, she was just misled. Kong Guin angrily retorted to Xiangwan, honestly, is it worth it to help her? It seems she never considers how her best friend feels. Wen Qing, fuming, shouted, hey, Kong Guin, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiangwan frowned and said, enough. I understand now. You like Luo Tianwu better. You don't believe me because she has money and power, so when she provokes you, you wag your tail like a puppy, right? That's all you're worth. Wen Qing quickly exclaimed, no, Xiangwan, you're really misunderstanding. Xiangwan yanked her hand away and said, don't touch me. Go find your precious Luo Tianwu. Starting today, I won't care about you anymore. With that, Xiangwan clung to Conwen's arm. Wen Qing, seeing this, shouted, Yuan Yuan. Kong Guin and Xiangwan turned to leave, while Gu Shuyang, growing impatient, asked, how much longer are we going to wait? We should go already. Luo Tianwu replied, just wait a little longer. At that moment, Wen Qing appeared, rushing over to hug Luo Tianwu and crying, Tianyu. The teacher, after reading the updated list, angrily asked, Team 1 replacing Team 2, are you just randomly changing the lineup? Not following the rules. Gu Shuyang angrily said to the teacher, stop talking and draw lots. The teacher, intimidated by Gu Shuyang's influence, immediately responded, yes. Then, Luo Tianwu's team drew a paper with the letter C on it. The teacher announced, Group C includes Luo Tianwu, Wen Qing, Gu Shuyang, and Qin Xiang. Ouyang Yi, standing nearby, angrily exclaimed, wait, Gu Shuyang, are you abandoning Nan Mingyao? Next to him, Nan Mingyao immediately covered Ouyang Ye's mouth and said, it's all in good fun, we should head out too. Ouyang Yi, with his mouth covered, asked, Nan Mingyao, aren't we going with Gu Shuyang anymore? Nan Mingyao replied, you fool, just follow me quietly. Luo Tianwu, worried, turned to Wen Qing and asked, are you okay? We should get going. Wen Qing, despite feeling down, immediately smiled and said, I'm fine, no need to worry. Seeing Wen Qing's resilient demeanor, Luo Tianwu thought to herself, so kind yet so strong, no wonder she's the heroine. She's so lovable. The teacher began explaining, this outdoor adventure activity will follow the format of a survival challenge. Each team will navigate through different areas to reach specific target locations and retrieve mission items. Along the way, various resources are hidden. If you solve the riddles correctly, you'll be rewarded with the locations of items like food, fire starters, spring water, etc. Points will be awarded based on the number of items collected and the team's resource management. The top 10 teams will receive generous rewards. Qin Shuyang found a riddle and picked it up, saying, I get the rules, but this riddle. The paper had written on it, A1, B1, C1, I1, and 2 up to N are 3 real numbers between 0 and 1. After reading the riddle, Qin Shuyang thought to himself, why does this feel a bit strange? Luo Tianwu's eyes lit up, and she excitedly said, these are all crafted to make sure we don't forget our lessons. Stayed up all night for this, right? I'll cherish them. Qin Shuyang, Gu Shuyang, and Wen Qing silently thought, it's just a riddle. Why are you so excited? With the fighting spirit of a top student, Luo Tianwu started solving the riddle and said, to avoid wasting time competing for clues with others, let's start with the hardest one. Qin Shuyang, standing beside her, remarked, it seems like she really loves studying. Wen Qing asked, so Tianyu is that smart? Luo Tianwu's eyes sparkled as she said, "Solved it. On to the next one." Ge Shuyang thought to himself, "She's so cute." When Qing, observing him, thought, as expected, he really likes Tianyu. After a while, Luo Tianwu wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Even though solving riddles is fun, I'm really about to reach my limit." Luo Tianwu saw the steps ahead and groaned in exhaustion. Ge Shuyang and Qin Shuyang simultaneously reached out their hands to her. Ge Shuyang teased, "Luo Tianwu, you're already worn out? Can't handle this much." Qin Shuyang suggested to Luo Tianwu, "Let's rest a bit up ahead." Seeing both Ge Shuyang and Qin Shuyang extending their hands toward her, Luo Tianwu, without hesitation, grabbed Qin Shuyang's hand and smiled, saying, "Thanks." In her mind, Luo Tianwu thought, "He's like an angel." Ge Shuyang, feeling annoyed at not being chosen, asked angrily, "Luo Tianwu, why did you choose him?" When Qing, watching from behind, thought to herself, "Tianyu really is popular. I can't help but feel a little envious." Elsewhere, Ouyang Yi asked, "Nan Mingyao, didn't we agree to team up with Ge Shuyang? What's going on?" Nan Mingyao replied, "There's something that needs to be cleared up." Meanwhile, another group of people was laughing and talking. "The way you messed up that pass last time was hilarious." Suddenly, one of the group was grabbed and dragged away, his mouth covered. "You said Ge Shuyang? Where is he?" The others turned around, but realized their friend was already gone. Zhao Kanyan was captured and tied to a tree, shouting, "What are you doing? Kidnapping is illegal." Before he could finish, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi appeared in front of him. Startled, Zhao Kanyan exclaimed, "Young Master Nan, young Master Ouyang." Leaning against the tree, Nan Mingyao said to Zhao Kanyan, "Relax, we just want to ask you a few questions." Nervously, Zhao Kanyan asked, What do you want to know?" Nan Mingyao coldly asked, "Was it you who incited the class to ostracize Qin Shuyang? Why did you do it?" Zhao Kanyan, shocked, replied, "Wait, wasn't this a direct order from young Master Ge? I was just following his instructions." Nan Mingyao frowned, saying, "But Suyang never told you to take things that far." Zhao Kanyan protested, "Ge Shuyang specifically told me to teach that kid a serious lesson." Nan Mingyao, sweating, responded, "Ge Shuyang himself?" Ouyang Yi chimed in, "No way." After that, Ge Shuyang didn't bother with this matter anymore. Zhao Kanyan recounted, "That night, I received a phone call from the young master. I thought it was strange too. Why would he contact me directly? And how did he even know my number?" Nan Mingyao asked skeptically, "Are you sure it was Ge Shuyang?" Zhao Kanyan insisted, "It was definitely his voice, and the call came from the student union's number. That's why I believed it was him. I swear I'm not lying, so why treat me like this?" Nan Mingyao sighed, "All right, you're too old to cry over this kind of thing." But he thought to himself, "This is strange. Could it really have been Ge Shuyang secretly pulling the strings? Or is someone impersonating him?" Ouyang Yi said to Nan Mingyao, "Impersonating Ge Shuyang is to ruin his reputation, but Ge Shuyang never really cared about such things." Nan Mingyao, sweating, replied to Ouyang Yi, "The important thing isn't the motive, but that this person successfully infiltrated the student union through numerous surveillance cameras, and we didn't even notice." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ouyang Yi quickly responded, "You're right. Ge Shuyang's father's team has always been in charge of security, but no one has reported anything unusual." Nan Mingyao immediately called someone, saying, "I need you to investigate where the woman who sent the letter to the Ge family years ago is now." Meanwhile, in the forest, Luo Tianwu and Wenqing marveled, "This is amazing." In front of them was a delicious meal already laid out. Luo Tianwu took a sip of the soup and was filled with delight, praising Qin Shuyang. "This is absolutely delicious." "Qin Shuyang, how did you make it?" Qin Shuyang smiled modestly, serving Luo Tianwu another bowl and replied, "It's not that impressive. Besides, the ingredients were all fresh." Luo Tianwu continued to compliment, "No matter how good the ingredients are, it takes a skilled chef to bring out their flavor." Wenqing nodded in agreement, adding, "True." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, In these stories, the male supporting characters often have exceptional culinary skills. It's a shame that the era's family wanted had such a huge gap in qualities. Ultimately, they gave up on him. Cooking was the only thing he genuinely wanted to do. Gu Xiuyang, feeling incredibly jealous after hearing Luo Tianwu shower Qin Shuyang with compliments, stepped forward and covered Luo Tianwu's eyes. Luo Tianwu, startled by the gesture, blinked. Gu Xiuyang, looking displeased, grumbled, "It's just food, right? Next time, I'll have my family's chef prepare a feast for you." Annoyed, Luo Tianwu kicked Gu Xiuyang away, saying, "Sure, go eat your family's chef's food." Qin Shuyang and Wenqing, who were sitting on the side sipping soup, were both shocked when they saw Gu Xiuyang get knocked unconscious by the kick. Qin Shuyang hesitantly asked, "Should we just leave him there?" Luo Tianwu calmly continued sipping her soup and said to Qin Shuyang, "Don't go soft on him. That guy needs to be taught a lesson. It's about time he understood what it's like to be isolated." Afterward, the group of 4 continued their journey deeper into the forest. As they walked, Wenqing suddenly slipped and fell backward. Gu Xiuyang immediately reached out, catching Wenqing to prevent her from getting hurt. With his arm around her waist, Gu Xiuyang leaned in and said, "Watch where you're walking." Wenqing blushed and apologized softly, sorry. Being held by Gu Xiuyang, she was flustered, thinking, for a moment, my heart skipped a beat. This is the first time I've been held by a guy. So this is what it feels like. Having never had close contact with any boy before, Wenqing was now completely overwhelmed. Standing nearby, Luo Tianwu witnessed the male lead holding the female lead and felt an overwhelming sense of joy, like a fan seeing their favorite couple finally share a romantic moment. Thrilled by what she had just witnessed, Luo Tianwu eagerly turned to Qin Shuyang and asked, "Don't you think those two look perfect together?" Qin Shuyang, hearing Luo Tianwu's comment about the two looking perfect together, was puzzled and asked, "Huh?" Luo Tianwu blushed and said to Qin Shuyang, "Actually, there's something I'd like to ask of you." Qin Shuyang was taken aback by the request, but didn't ask further. Later, at Camp A, the first day of the outdoor expansion activity went smoothly. Upon reaching the campsite, Luo Tianwu, Wenqing, Gu Xiuyang, and Qin Shuyang began setting up their tents. After finishing the setup, Luo Tianwu wiped the sweat off her forehead and said to Wenqing, "It's done. Let's go gather some dry branches so we can light a fire tonight." Luo Tianwu then headed into the forest to collect firewood. While she was focused on gathering branches, Gu Xiuyang suddenly appeared, grabbed her arm, and pinned her against a nearby tree. Startled, Luo Tianwu dropped all the branches she had gathered and shouted angrily, "What are you doing this time?" Gu Xiuyang, pulling out his phone, said, Yao's group finished the investigation." Luo Tianwu, still confused, asked, "What?" Gu Xiuyang handed over his phone, showing her a video. He said, "You think I'm that petty? This whole thing was a setup to frame me." As Luo Tianwu watched the video, her eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this video real?" she wondered. Gu Xiuyang continued, "Besides, I'm not stupid enough to do something that would make the person I like hate me." It turned out Gu Xiuyang approached Luo Tianwu to clear up the misunderstanding that he was the one behind the bullying of Qin Shuyang and Wenqing. Luo Tianwu quickly waved her hand and said, "You don't need to explain that to me." She thought to herself, "Besides, you've already done plenty of things to make people dislike you." Gu Xiuyang stepped closer, frowning, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Luo Tianwu pushed Gu Xiuyang away, smiling, and said, "Please, don't come so close to me." Afterward, she continued picking up firewood for the campfire. Gu Xiuyang frowned again and asked, "Can you stop ignoring me all the time?" After gathering the firewood, Luo Tianwu ran over to Wenqing and Qin Shuyang. The three of them happily chatted, leaving Gu Xiuyang off to the side. Feeling frustrated, Gu Xiuyang thought, "This is really annoying, especially that Qin guy." He angrily snapped a piece of wood in his hand. Later, the four of them started playing Truth or Dare. Wenqing asked, "Truth or Dare?" Luo Tianwu held up a deck of cards and said to Gu Shuyang, Qin Shuyang, and Wenqing, "We'll use cards to determine the winner and loser. The first person without a card will become the king, and the loser will be punished." Gu Shuyang asked, "Just the four of us playing?" Qin Shuyang replied, "We don't know the others in the camp that well anyway. It's just to kill time, right, Gu?" Gu Shuyang coldly replied, "Doesn't matter." He thought to himself, maybe this is an opportunity. Gu Shuyang glanced at Qin Shuyang, and their eyes sparked with rivalry, both secretly plotting to make the other beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu began shuffling the cards and said, "All right, I'll start dealing." After a short while, Luo Tianwu looked at her cards and was shocked, thinking, "I actually lost." Qin Shuyang, who was nearby, asked, "So, will you choose truth or dare?" Gu Shuyang angrily cut in, "Of course, it should be truth. What if he shamelessly dares you to kiss him?" Qin Shuyang and Wenqing were both startled upon hearing that, thinking, "Did you just say out loud what you wanted to do?" With a blank expression, Luo Tianwu responded, "If I lose, I face the consequences." "Ask your question." Qin Shuyang then asked, "Luo Tianwu, if Gu Shuyang and I both pursued you, who would you choose?" Luo Tianwu was taken aback by the question, but quickly answered Qin Shuyang bluntly, "You." Gu Shuyang felt as though he'd been struck, thinking, she answered without any hesitation. Frustrated, Gu Shuyang snapped, "Luo Tianwu, at least think about it a little before you answer." Luo Tianwu glanced between Qin Shuyang and Gu Shuyang, thinking to herself, "This guy is so strange. He's always smiling, but I can never figure out what's really going on in his head." After a moment, Gu Shuyang exclaimed, "I won." Qin Shuyang sighed, "I lost this round." "Go ahead and ask your question." Gu Shuyang asked, "Did you sneak into the student council and impersonate me to make a phone call?" Luo Tianwu, holding the cards, was startled by Gu Shuyang's question and looked up at the two of them. Wenqing also asked curiously, "Gu Shuyang, what phone call are you talking about?" Qin Shuyang held the cards, remained silent for a moment, and then said, "I don't quite understand what you mean. Why would I impersonate you? Who did I call?" Gu Shuyang replied, "Just answer yes or no. Be honest." Gu Shuyang stared intently at Qin Shuyang, thinking, what is the purpose of the person trying to harm me? Who benefits from this? No matter how I think about it, this guy is still the most suspicious. Qin Shuyang smiled and answered Gu Shuyang's question, "Of course not." Since Qin Shuyang lost, it was now his turn to shuffle the cards. As he shuffled, he thought to himself, "All right, let's start the next round. Is this guy telling the truth or lying? It would be best if he was lying so I can expose him. That would be more interesting." Gu Shuyang and Qin Shuyang held their cards, their gazes locked like two rivals. Wenqing sensed the tension in the air and immediately said to Luo Tianwu, "I feel like there's something secretive between those two." Luo Tianwu looked over at Qin Shuyang and Gu Shuyang, thinking to herself, this secret must be about brotherhood, something outsiders wouldn't understand. At that moment, Wenqing raised her cards and exclaimed, "I lost." Hearing that, Luo Tianwu quickly looked at Qin Shuyang and smiled, thinking, here it comes. Qin Shuyang understood her signal and gestured for her to wait. He then turned to Wenqing and said, "So, my question is." Unexpectedly, Wenqing replied, "I choose to take a risk." Luo Tianwu was taken aback and turned to ask, "Huh?" Wenqing answered, "It all seems like honesty. It feels a bit boring." Luo Tianwu thought, this female lead is indeed a bit unusual. Good thing I have a backup plan. Luo Tianwu signaled to Qin Shuyang, and he immediately understood, giving an okay sign. Qin Shuyang smiled and said to Wenqing, "I heard you're a literature major, so please come over to that open area and tell us a story you've written. It doesn't have to be long, just within 5 minutes." Wenqing heard this and blushed, replying, "Well, this is a bit embarrassing." Luo Tianwu immediately encouraged Wenqing, saying, "Didn't you write a fairy tale before? I'm really interested." Gu Shuyang thought to himself, what is Luo Tianwu up to again? Wenqing agreed, "All right, I'll tell a story about the old grass and its punishment. Ge Shuyang was taken aback upon hearing this. Wenqing began, a long time ago. Meanwhile, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi were hiding nearby, thinking, Wenqing, what on earth are you talking about? Wenqing continued her story to Luo Tianwu, Qin Shuyang, and Ge Shuyang. A long time ago, there was a very timid monkey. Whenever it faced difficulties, it would scream, help. Because everyone liked it, they always had good intentions to help. The monkey grew up like this, living peacefully every day. One day, it went to play by a pond and accidentally fell into the water. The monkey couldn't swim, so it immediately shouted for help. Someone responded, I'm just a thick grass, I can't help you. A human-shaped grass appeared but didn't help the monkey. Instead, it said, how would you know if you don't try? When the grass turned to leave, the monkey, feeling angry, wanted to grab the grass. But to its surprise, it found that the pond was very shallow. The grass smiled and said, if you don't try, how would you know? You just need to stand up, and you can save yourself. This pond isn't as scary as it seems. The little monkey finally understood that difficulties are not what's scary. Rather, it's the lack of courage to face them. Other students camping nearby overheard Wenqing's story and started discussing, why is Wenqing suddenly telling a fairy tale? I heard it's a risky punishment. It sounds interesting. When Wenqing finished her story, she lowered her head and said to Ge Shuyang, Qin Shuyang, and Luo Tianwu, that's the end of my story. Suddenly, Ge Shuyang stood up, moved towards Wenqing, and grasped her hand tightly, asking, how do you know this story? Wenqing frowned and replied, this is a story I wrote when I was little. Ge Shuyang, upon hearing this, frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking, how is that possible? Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, hiding in a nearby bush, whispered to each other, so it really is that Ge Shuyang's first love? Wenqing winced in pain as Ge Shuyang held her hand tightly. Ouyang Yi, seeing this, exclaimed, Ge Shuyang, let her go. Can't you hear her crying out in pain? Ge Shuyang angrily said to Luo Tianwu, you idiot. Do you even know who she is? Luo Tianwu crossed her arms and coldly asked, what is it? Hearing Luo Tianwu's questioning tone, Ge Shuyang fell silent, turning away in anger, and said, I'm not playing anymore. I'm going for a walk. After hearing Wenqing's fairy tale, Ge Shuyang angrily ran into the forest, stopping in front of a tree to punch it hard. He held his head, thinking, why has her face in my memory become so vague? Is that why I didn't recognize her? But why do I feel so angry after hearing that? Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi saw Ge Shuyang run off and followed him. Ouyang Yi crawled out from behind a bush, laughing, Suyang, congratulations on finding your little angel from your first love. Nan Mingyao also asked, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Ge Shuyang replied with a frown, there's something very strange about this. It's like Luo Tianwu purposely had her tell that story. Ge Shuyang recalled how Luo Tianwu had signaled Qin Shuyang when Wenqing lost the game, and then Qin Shuyang had given the okay sign, leading to the storytelling segment. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, hearing Ge Shuyang, asked, so what? Ge Shuyang angrily stomped his foot, I feel like I've been played, and it makes me really uncomfortable. Nan Mingyao comforted him, saying, but I think you should be happier since the person you've been searching for all this time has finally appeared. Don't tell me you don't like her anymore? Ge Shuyang shook his head. Meanwhile, at the campsite, Luo Tianwu sighed and said to Wenqing and Qin Shuyang, if I had known, I wouldn't have taken the risk. This is really awkward. Luo Tianwu patted Wenqing on the shoulder and asked, do you remember what I said? You've met your destined person. Trust me, this story could help you find him. At that moment, Ge Shuyang, hiding behind a tree, thought to himself, destined person? So that's what it is. Luo Tianwu continued speaking to Wenqing, but I didn't expect that fool with the surname Gu would react so strongly. It can't be him, can it? That night, while the camp was quiet and everyone was sleeping, Qin Shuyang stealthily took out a knife, slashed the tent, and entered to grab a bag, which he then tossed into the lake. After finishing, he smiled smugly, imagining how Gu Shuyong would react when he found out. Just then, Luo Tianwu appeared from behind, leaning against a tree, and asked, "What are you doing?" Qin Shuyong broke into a cold sweat, startled. I was just... Luo Tianwu asked directly, "That bag belongs to you and Gu Shuyong, right? Can you explain a bit?" Qin Shuyong, scared and unsure of what to say, quickly replied, "I just hated him so much. I wanted to mess with him a little." "I'm sorry." Luo Tianwu coldly asked, "Just messing with him?" Qin Shuyong responded, "I just threw his stuff away. I didn't do anything else. I promise I won't do it again. Please don't be mad at me." Luo Tianwu sighed, thinking to herself, "Finally caught him." Qin Shuyong moved closer to Luo Tianwu and said, "In this world, between me and him, the one who chooses you is me." Hearing this, Luo Tianwu's heart raced, and she blushed, thinking, "He can't have realized that I can't resist this face, can he?" She then pushed Qin Shuyong away and said sternly, "Then don't become someone I hate as well." Qin Shuyong was taken aback, looking dejected as he replied, "Okay." The next morning, a loud shout from the camp startled everyone. A girl ran out, yelling, "My bag is missing. There's a thief in the camp." Everyone hurried to check their belongings and exclaimed, "My new phone is missing." Gu Shuyong, seeing his tent slashed, was furious and held his head, saying, "Damn it. Investigate this for me. That thief is dead for sure." When Qing anxiously asked Luo Tianyu, "Is there really a thief? That's so scary." Luo Tianwu patted her shoulder reassuringly, "Don't worry, the school will find the thief." Qin Shuyong, standing nearby, turned sullen upon hearing this because he was the one who had stolen Gu Shuyong's things and thrown them into the river last night. After that, Gu Shuyong started looking for the hidden supplies. He quickly discovered that there was a clue on a bird's nest to receive a reward. Seeing this, Gu Shuyong climbed the tree. When he got close to the nest, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Got it." The bird that was sitting on the eggs was startled by Gu Shuyong's sudden appearance and yelled, "Who are you? Breaking into a bird's house is illegal." Gu Shuyong took the supply box from the nest and jumped down, saying, "I hope it's food." He eagerly opened the box and indeed, inside was a bag of food. Holding the bag, Gu Shuyong boasted to Luo Tianwu's group, "The young master is really lucky." Luo Tianwu chimed in, "Yes, luckily, everything was stolen without anyone knowing." Gu Shuyong felt like he was shot through the heart by Luo Tianwu's words. When Qing then asked Luo Tianwu, "Hey, why does he seem so angry?" Luo Tianwu held his head and replied, "Who knows?" He thought to himself, "What a troublemaker." At that moment, outside the gate of Green Island School, the principal and a teacher were standing there to welcome guests. A red car just stopped in front of the gate, and a girl stepped out. As soon as the principal saw Miss Kim, he immediately broke out in a sweat and respectfully said to her, "Hello, Miss General, I am the current principal of Green Island Academy. Welcome to our school." Miss Jen took off her glasses and said to Principal Chi, "Regardless of who you relied on, from today onwards, this school will be under my decision." Seeing Miss Kim's imposing demeanor, the principal was taken aback and trembled as he invited her inside. After entertaining the guests, the principal and the teacher left. On their way, the principal angrily said, "That be *TCH. What kind of attitude is that? Does she think I don't want to manage this? Which ancestor of the school managed it well?" The teacher, following the principal, hurriedly tried to comfort him. "Calm down, sir. She's just naive and doesn't know your difficulties. Plus, with the theft happening at such a critical time, we can't help with anything this time." Principal Chi retorted angrily, "What more can we do? Just let the Qian family fight it out themselves." Meanwhile, it was lunchtime. Gu Shuyong, having had his things stolen, could only rely on what he found to stave off hunger. He angrily thought, "Why do I have to eat this alone?" Gu Shuyong sat down on the ground, preparing to eat the packaged bread he had just found since all his supplies had been stolen. While he stared sadly at the bread, suddenly a grilled fish appeared in front of him. Luo Tianwu walked over with the grilled fish and said to him, "I grilled this. Here you go." Gu Shuyang was taken aback, blushing and his heart racing, thinking, What does he want? Is he apologizing? He composed himself, coldly turning to Luo Tianwu and said, "No need." Luo Tianwu felt annoyed by Gu Shuyang's rejection, clicked his tongue, and snatched the bread from Gu Shuyang's hand, swapping it for the grilled fish he had just cooked for him. Then, Luo Tianwu sat down beside him, chewing on the dry bread. Gu Shuyang immediately hid behind a tree, glancing at Luo Tianwu. Sensing Gu Shuyang's gaze, Luo Tianwu angrily turned his head, thinking, as expected, I still can't forgive him. The extension activities quickly stretched into the final day. Groups set off on different routes to reach their final destination. When Qing held Luo Tianwu's hand and joyfully exclaimed, "Tianyu, look over there. It's so beautiful." At the beach with its clean white sand, when Qing stood on the stairs and told Luo Tianwu, "I've never seen the sea up close like this. If Xiangwan were here, it would be perfect. She loves the beach the most." Even though Wen Qing had been scolded by Xiangwan for giving advice she didn't believe in, she still thought of her friend. Luo Tianwu quickly comforted Wen Qing, saying, "Don't worry, you two will make up." He thought to himself, according to the original plot, it should be like that, right? Meanwhile, Xiangwan was mustering up her courage to tell Kong Guin, I like you." Blushing, Xiangwan thought to herself that she had said it, and continued to gather her courage to confess, "Even though there's a distance between us, I still want to let you know how I feel. You're the first boy I've liked." Kong Guin smiled wickedly upon hearing Xiangwan confess her feelings for him, feeling immensely pleased as he realized that his goal had been achieved. The reward was within reach. He immediately pulled Xiangwan into his embrace and said, "Don't belittle yourself. You're a good girl. I like you too." Kong Guin drew on his romantic experience to disarm Xiangwan completely, intending for her to wholeheartedly love him so he could emerge victorious. Xiangwan blushed at Kong Wen's words. She was still daydreaming about a Cinderella and prince-like romance, eagerly hoping for a fairy tale moment, and asked Kong Guin, "Really?" Seeing that Xiangwan was falling for his trap, Kong Guin smiled and continued to bait her, saying, "Of course it's true. Do you want to share a tent with me tonight?" Xiangwan's face flushed again at Kong Guin's suggestion, and she stammered, "Huh? Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Kong Guin smiled at her and replied, "Silly, I won't do anything to you. It's just that after we return, we won't have another chance to be alone together, and I'd feel a bit reluctant." Upon hearing this, Xiangwan blushed, feeling trust in Kong Wen's words, and shyly agreed, "I understand. I'll come to your tent tonight." After that, Xiangwan turned to leave, thinking to herself, "Oh my, I just said something so embarrassing, but it feels really good. I've never been this happy before." As Xiangwan walked along joyfully, a ball suddenly rolled to her feet. Wen Qing ran over to the ball and said, "Sorry, can I trouble you?" When she saw that it was Xiangwan, she was astonished. Xiangwan frowned and said, "Wen Qing, it's you." Wen Qing immediately rushed over to hug Xiangwan, exclaiming, "Yuan Yuan, oh my gosh, I finally found you." "Xiangwan, I want to apologize. I've always wanted to say sorry to you. I've missed you so much." Xiangwan smiled at Wen Qing and said, "You know it's fine. Silly girl, you're all grown up, but still hitting people at random." Wen Qing grabbed Xiangwan's hand and said, "By the way, Yuan Yuan, I found that person." Xiangwan frowned in confusion and asked, "Who is it?" Then Wen Qing immediately pulled Xiangwan over to a group of people near the amusement area. A girl was holding a seashell and exclaimed, "Look, this seashell is so beautiful." They all chatted and laughed together. Wen Qing, holding the ball, stood beside Xiangwan and pointed at the girl, saying, "That's her, Kong Wen's girlfriend that I saw. Do you want to ask her? I think Kong Guin is really strange." Xiangwan immediately felt anger rising at Wen Qing's words. She slapped Wen Qing and scolded, "Wen Qing, you're really annoying." Wen Qing, holding her face in disbelief, exclaimed, "Yuan Yuan." Xiangwan retorted angrily. Just now, when I confessed, didn't he accept? Are you jealous because you can't find a boyfriend to be your partner? A few girls overheard this and were upset, looking up at the basketball court. Suyong crossed his arms and said angrily, "What a pain. That woman just borrowed the ball. Where did she run off to?" Luo Tianwu immediately asked with a wink, "Why don't you go look for her?" Qin Shuyong added, "Yeah, it's very likely that she got lost." Ge Shuyong smiled and said, "All right, let's go." He then grabbed Luo Tianwu's hand. Luo Tianwu, startled, asked, "Huh? Ge Shuyong is pulling my hand? Let's go." Luo Tianwu shouted to Ge Shuyong, "Wait for me a moment." Then Luo Tianwu left with Ge Shuyong. Qin Shuyong was left behind, intending to stop Ge Shuyong from pulling Luo Tianwu away, but couldn't catch up in time. Ge Shuyong held Luo Tianwu's hand tightly, and she protested, "At least don't go so fast." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, "Can't this guy let me off the hook?" Everyone on the road immediately looked over at them. Ge Shuyong smiled at Luo Tianwu and said, "Luo Tianwu, although your brain isn't bad, your stamina is really lacking. Don't just read books. You need to exercise a bit too, got it?" Ge Shuyong said with a teasing tone, giving Luo Tianwu a playful flick on the forehead. Luo Tianwu, feeling the sting, held his forehead and thought angrily, "I'll let it slide this time since you're about to save the female lead." On the beach, the girls overheard Wen Qing and Xiangwan talking about Kong Guin and began to gossip, interrupting the conversation. "Are you two saying Kong Guin has a girlfriend already?" Xiangwan, hearing the girls' comments, questioned, "How do you two know him? You can't be saying that the girl here is Kong Wen's official girlfriend, right? I don't get what you're trying to achieve, but this boring play acting is pointless." One girl immediately patted her friend on the shoulder and replied, "You misunderstood. We just happen to know him by coincidence. You're Conwen's girlfriend, right? Nice to meet you." The girl then reached out her hand to shake Xiangwan's. Xiangwan, seeing this, turned to Wenqing with an arrogant tone and asked, "Is this the girl you mentioned who is kissing Kong Guin?" Wenqing thought to herself, "What's going on? This is all so strange. Did I really get it wrong?" Just then, Ge Shuyong and Luo Tianwu appeared, asking, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" Everyone instantly exclaimed, "Si Chao, young master." Wenqing was startled, thinking, "Huh?" Ge Shuyong noticed Wenqing's swollen face and rushed over, saying, "Did someone hit you? Who did it?" Feeling shy, Wenqing stammered, I was. Look up and tell me. You didn't do anything wrong. If you didn't, shout it out loud." Ge Shuyong urged, his voice firm. Wenqing stood there, dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Xiangwan ground her teeth in anger, thinking to herself, since when did she become so close to Ge Shuyong? Why is he standing up for her? Great, I'm going to get dragged into this. Wiping away her tears, Wenqing said to Ge Shuyong, "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Ge Shuyong turned to Luo Tianwu and remarked, "Isn't she your friend? With an attitude like this, she's definitely not as good as you." Luo Tianwu approached the ball and said to Wenqing, "So you borrowed the ball." He picked it up, tossed it, and kicked it. The ball flew straight into Xiangwan's face, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing Xiangwan get hit by the ball, Luo Tianwu feigned innocence, covering her mouth as she said, "Sorry, I slipped." In reality, she wanted to get back at Xiangwan for hitting her lovely Wenqing. Ge Shuyong, watching Luo Tianwu's act, felt a wave of amusement wash over him, but he struggled to suppress his laughter, his face turning red. Xiangwan, infuriated, yelled, "Luo Tianwu, don't push it." Luo Tianwu ignored her and took Wenqing's hand, pulling her away. Wenqing was taken aback, asking, "Tianyu, you?" Luo Tianwu thought to herself, this girl might be a bit silly, but she's really good to her friends. Turning back to Xiangwan, Luo Tianwu declared, "If you don't value her, then I'll take her away." With that, she dragged Wenqing back toward their camp. Ge Shuyong watched Luo Tianwu and Wenqing leave, realizing, so Luo Tianwu can be this domineering. She truly lives up to her reputation. Noticing he was being left behind, Gu Xiuyang ran after them, calling out, "Tianyu, you're not waiting for me?" Luo Tianwu shut her eyes in irritation and replied, "Don't forget to grab the ball when we head back to the beach." Later that evening, Tianyu sat beside Wenqing, who was wiping her tears. "I'm sorry for making you stay with me for so long," Wenqing said. Luo Tianwu smiled and reassured her, "Friends are those who can comfort each other when they're feeling down." Wenqing responded earnestly, "Tianyu, you're amazing. Beautiful, strong, and smart. If only I could be as perfect as you." Luo Tianwu thought to herself, Luoyua used to say something similar, and I'm not perfect either. Otherwise, that incident wouldn't have happened. She recalled the argument she had with Luoyua, then gently patted Wenqing's head. "All right, get some rest. Let the unpleasant things fade away," she said. Wenqing nodded, replying, "Okay." Luo Tianwu reflected, if that's the case, then the female lead won't encounter any dangers in the story tonight. She entered the tent and spread out the bedding, preparing to sleep alongside Wenqing. As she did, memories of the plot of the novel flooded her mind. Tonight, Xiangwan would find a hidden camera in the tent. Sure enough, Xiangwan discovered the camera, holding it up and exclaiming, "What's this? It looks like a camera." Meanwhile, inside the tent, Kong Guin's friends were chatting with him. "We need to capture more exciting scenes." Kong Guin confidently replied, "Don't worry, I've got it all planned out." Xiangwan covered her mouth in shock, thinking, what are they talking about? Luo Tianwu continued to reminisce about the storyline of The Green Island of Love. In that part, Xiangwan felt regret and went to apologize to Wenqing, seeking her help. She approached Kong Guin to confront him, making sure Wenqing stayed behind to avoid any trouble. But then, the malicious supporting character, Luo Tianwu, kidnapped her. Wenqing ended up being thrown into the sea by Luo Tianwu, only to be rescued by the male supporting character. Luo Tianwu mused, "The female lead won't venture out at night. A villainess like me wouldn't act against her. Everything should be fine, right?" Wenqing, still awake beside her, rubbed her eyes and asked, "Tianyu, are you not sleeping?" Luo Tianwu smiled, replying, "Wenqing, I'm right here. Just close your eyes and sleep." The next morning, many people on the beach had woken up and started to stir. Inside the tent, Luo Tianwu also sat up, stretching and yawning. She thought to herself, "It's over. We can go back to school today. There are too many classes." Luo Tianwu joyfully turned to Wenqing and said, "Qing, let's go together in a bit." Then Luo Tianwu was startled to see that Wenqing had disappeared from beside her. Luo Tianwu thought, where did she go? So, she immediately panicked and ran outside to ask Gu Xiuyang and Qin Xiuyang, "Have you seen Wenqing anywhere?" Qin Xiuyang, seeing Luo Tianwu frantically searching, asked, "Wasn't she with you?" Gu Xiuyang smiled and teased Luo Tianwu, "Did you sleep so deeply that you didn't notice?" Luo Tianwu turned to ask other friends on the beach, "Excuse me, have any of you seen a girl walking around like this?" One boy replied, "No." Luo Tianwu was taken aback and thought, "Why hasn't anyone seen her? I have to go find Xiangwan. Hopefully, she knows something." Luo Tianwu continued searching until she spotted Xiangwan sitting forlornly in a corner, hugging a pillow. Luo Tianwu thought, this isn't. Xiangwan was lost in sadness, recalling her confrontation with Kong Guin. "Have you really always been deceiving me? How could you do this? I trusted you and your best friend and earned money because of it." Kong Guin, irritated by Xiangwan's persistence, pushed her down and said, "Get lost. What do you even like about me? Isn't it because my family has money? You chose me over your beautiful dreams and friendship, so don't blame others." Xiangwan, struck by Kong Guin's words, immediately panicked and ended up sitting in a corner like this. Luo Tianwu approached Xiangwan and asked, "Has Wenqing come to find you?" Xiangwan was startled and asked, "What?" "Qing is missing." The news of Wenqing's disappearance quickly reached the school. After confirming that no one had seen her, we began to feel anxious and searched everywhere. Luo Tianwu was extremely panicked and intended to run down to the beach to look for Wenqing. Qin Shuyang and Gu Shuyang immediately stepped in to stop her. Gu Shuyang thought, what is wrong with her? Then Gu Shuyang pulled Luo Tianwu into an embrace, comforting her. Luo Tianwu, calm down. There is no evidence that she fell into the water. Don't make a scene. Luo Tianwu cried and thought, wasn't it supposed to be that she gets thrown into the sea according to the story? I was so careless. Gu Shuyang continued to pat Luo Tianwu's head, reassuring her, don't worry, I've sent everyone to look for her. She'll be fine, I promise. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, you're an idiot, you don't know anything. What good is your promise? But he wasn't wrong. Luo Tianwu blushed, shyly pushed Gu Shuyang away and said, let go. How much longer are you going to hold me? Gu Shuyang teased Luo Tianwu, saying, shouldn't you be thanking this young master right now? Qin Shuyang, left out to the side, felt very jealous seeing Gu Shuyang being so close to Luo Tianwu. Luo Tianwu calmed down, thinking it wasn't the time to be chaotic. Upon reflection, if the villainous Luo Tianwu was no longer present, then whoever remained that she found annoying, the protagonist's actions towards them likely wouldn't be life-threatening. Luo Tianwu turned and went inside, saying to Gu Shuyang and Qin Shuyang, send a few people to stay here, we'll search elsewhere. Luo Tianwu thought, at least for now, she isn't in any life-threatening danger. There was still time. Sitting in the tent, Luo Tianwu took out her suitcase, thinking, she couldn't have gone missing this early. It's too obvious since her belongings are still here. Moreover, I didn't hear any noise last night, so she must have gone out on her own. Luo Tianwu stood up and went outside, telling Gu Shuyang, that guy with the last name Gu, gather the people from the nearby tents and ask them separately. Luo Tianwu thought, at this late hour, she definitely couldn't have gone far. If someone had attacked, she would likely be nearby. Gu Shuyang smiled and replied, got it. Luo Tianwu continued thinking, eliminating the possibility of her falling into the sea is the worst-case scenario, so there really aren't many places she could be hidden. Then, in the romantic novel world, who would be most likely to find the protagonist when she goes missing? The answer is either the male lead or the second male lead. Luo Tianwu then said to Gu Shuyang and Qin Shuyang, let's split up and see what we can find. Luo Tianwu thought, even though I don't know if this law applies here, it's worth a try. Qin Shuyang replied, sure, but it's better if you don't go alone. What if you go missing too? Let's all go together. Here's the English translation of your passage. Underscore 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 underscore. Gu Shuyang also reached out his hand and said to Luo Tianwu, if anyone is the safest on this island, it's definitely me. Luo Tianwu, are you coming? Both Gu Shuyang and Qin Shuyang extended their hands, inviting Luo Tianwu to join them. Qin Shuyang whispered to Gu Shuyang, don't worry, I'll keep her safe. Gu Shuyang smiled and replied, she's mine, so you should give up. Luo Tianwu felt a cold sweat run down her back and held her head, thinking, these two are always so stubborn. Why do I have the feeling that anyone I choose will end up dead? Luo Tianwu thought this, but then reached out to grab Gu Shuyang's hand, saying, let's go. Stop dragging your feet. Qin Shuyang, left behind, was taken aback, unable to believe that Luo Tianwu had pulled Gu Shuyang away. He then said, how long are you going to keep mocking? Is this really the time for meaningless fun? Let's go. Gu Shuyang smiled smugly and whispered, what's so strange about it? Luo Tianwu, this is the first time you've chosen me over her. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianwu immediately blushed, and Gu Shuyang happily exclaimed, I didn't expect it to feel like this. Luo Tianwu blushed, turned around, and asked, all right, decide which way to go quickly. Gu Shuyang immediately asked, What's going on? You want me to choose? Then let's go this way. Gu Xiuyang pointed in a direction. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, does this guy really have such a simple smile? Meanwhile, other classmates began searching, calling out, Wenqing, who exactly are you? Why did Gu Xiao mobilize so many people to look for you? She must be his new girlfriend. Isn't the person he likes Luo Tianwu? Who said he liked Luo Tianwu? That news is way too old. At this moment, Wenqing was tied up in a corner, her mouth covered, thinking, help. As everyone continued to talk, one of them said, he approached Luo Tianwu just because of that bet. Wenqing was startled to hear this. Just then, a female student asked, wait, did you hear anything? No, don't be suspicious. Just finish the mission and go back. Wenqing couldn't make any noise due to being tied up, so she whispered, don't go, I'm here. Nearby, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi were responsible for interrogating those near Luo Tianwu and Wenqing's tent to find the culprit. Nan Mingyao angrily said, tell me the truth, someone saw you last night. Ouyang Yi next to him whispered, does what Nan Mingyao is doing really have any effect? She has fooled so many people already. No one is falling for it. Hearing Ouyang Yi's comment, Nan Mingyao became furious and retorted, shut up, you fool. What if someone hears us? Unexpectedly, a girl who had been listening got scared and quickly knelt down, saying, I'm sorry, I just wanted to scare her. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi were taken aback. When they saw the girl admit her mistake, they thought there really was someone who had fallen into the trap. Nan Mingyao then questioned the girl. She has no grudge against you. Why did you do that? The girl, frightened, exclaimed, it's because I heard you say she was Gu Xiao's first love. At that moment, she had been hiding nearby and overheard Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi saying to Gu Xiuyang, congratulations on finding your first love. Hearing that made her angry, and she thought to herself, Luo Tianwu? Please, she's just a specially recruited student, completely broke. What does she have to boast about? Does he really deserve Gu Xiao? Upon hearing the girl's remarks, Nan Mingyao slammed the table in anger and said, enough. Stop with the nonsense. Where is she? At that moment, Luo Tianwu was still searching for Wenqing. She looked up at the sky, thinking, if we don't find her before dark, it's going to be a hassle. Gu Xiuyang next to her was also searching anxiously, calling out, Wenqing. Luo Tianwu turned to look at Gu Xiuyang, thinking, the light from the male lead should definitely have an effect. When Gu Xiuyang saw Luo Tianwu looking at him, he immediately turned back and asked, Luo Tianwu, do you like to secretly watch me that much? Then, Gu Xiuyang pushed Luo Tianwu against a tree, teasing her, here's your chance to sneak a look in broad daylight, be my girlfriend. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, he's talking to himself again. Just then, there was a noise. Luo Tianwu quickly covered Gu Xiuyang's mouth and told him, wait, I think I heard something. Luo Tianwu pushed Gu Xiuyang away. At that moment, Wenqing was tied up nearby, and when she saw a snake approaching her, she was terrified, thinking, is anyone there? Come quickly, someone save me. The snake slithered closer to Wenqing and bit her on the thigh. Hearing the commotion, Luo Tianwu slid down through the grass and urgently called out, Wenqing, is that you? Seeing Luo Tianwu jump down without a care, Gu Xiuyang quickly shouted in panic, Luo Tianwu, be careful. Gu Xiuyang and Luo Tianwu hurried to the cave and saw Wenqing unconscious next to a venomous snake. They immediately shouted in panic, Wenqing. Gu Xiuyang stopped Luo Tianwu, saying, be careful. I heard that snake is venomous. The snake began to slither away. Gu Xiuyang ran forward and said, in that case, we need to act quickly. He thought to himself, first, I need to suck out the venom. In such a situation, Gu Xiuyang lifted Wenqing's leg, which had been bitten by the snake, intending to lean down and suck the venom out. After sucking the venom from Wenqing's leg and spitting it out, Gu Xiuyang immediately carried her on his shoulder to take her back to the hospital for timely emergency care. After securing Wenqing on his back, Gu Xiuyang turned to comfort Luo Tianwu, who was anxiously following behind. It's not like the snake is that venomous. I've taken care of it, so you don't need to worry. Luo Tianwu looked at Gu Shuyong carrying Wenqing and thought, I was panicking just a moment ago. He knows what to do, so I shouldn't be surprised. He is the male lead after all. At crucial moments, he shows a reliable side. As Gu Shuyong carried Wenqing forward, he was sweating and thought, why does it feel like someone is watching? She can't think I'm doing something weird, can she? These girls are so petty. It's better to explain a bit. So Gu Shuyong began to imagine that Luo Tianwu was jealous because he was carrying Wenqing. He turned back to explain to Luo Tianwu, I'm helping her out of respect for you. If she weren't someone you value as a friend. Upon hearing Gu Shuyong's explanation, Luo Tianwu immediately covered her mouth and smiled, asking, Gu Shuyong, don't you think you and she are quite a match? Gu Shuyong was taken aback by Luo Tianwu's question and asked, huh? Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu, unaware of Gu Shuyong's reaction, joyfully continued, every path you choose has led you here. You finally found her, and you got here just in time. It seems like every time she's in trouble, you come to her rescue. Hearing this, Gu Shuyong grew angry and said to Luo Tianwu, have you said enough? Then, Gu Shuyong immediately sat down, allowing Wenqing to lean against a tree. When Luo Tianwu saw that Gu Shuyong was no longer carrying Wenqing back, she was startled and asked, Gu Shuyong, what are you doing? After setting Wenqing down, Gu Shuyong moved closer to Luo Tianwu, lifted her chin, and leaned down to kiss her, saying, all along, you've been randomly pairing me with her. The one I like is clearly you. How many times do you want me to say it? Luo Tianwu, hearing Gu Shuyong say this in anger, felt frightened and replied, I don't. Gu Shuyong turned away and said, you really know how to make someone angry. That statement made Luo Tianwu recall a time in her world when she had told Wen Lam, you really know how to make someone angry. What do you mean worrying about me? It's just to satisfy your vanity. At that moment, when Lam exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, I really don't mean that. Luo Tianwu, recalling that memory, hugged her head in fear and thought, am I making the same mistake as back then? I really am an idiot. Luo Tianwu reflected on her memories and thought, since I was little, I've been called an emotionless person because I preferred studying over that. It wasn't until I met him for the first time that I understood what it feels like to like someone. It was also the first time I experienced this feeling of jealousy. Because of my jealousy, I made a mistake. At that time, Luo Tianwu had seen the boy she liked block Wen Lam against a tree. Luo Tianwu felt extremely angry. To her surprise, the next day, when Lam told Luo Tianwu, Xiao, don't worry, I really rejected him. Luo Tianwu asked Wen Lam, why did you have to reject him? When Lam waved her hand, quickly explaining, because we're friends. Luo Tianwu continued to think, because of this childishness, I had a quarrel with my best friend, which ultimately led to my death. If I can't return, how will Wen Lam bear the future? She will probably blame herself. She's really such a foolish person. This is why I must return. One day later, in the school hospital, Luo Tianwu lay beside Wenqing, looking up and thinking, how should I apologize to that Gu Shuyong? I kept thinking about the original storyline and neglected their true feelings. Saying that talking to them would be good for them is because I've never seen myself as part of this world. Wenqing, lying on the bed, gradually regained consciousness. Seeing this, Luo Tianwu immediately stood up and asked, Qing, are you awake? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Wenqing replied, it seems I was bitten by a snake, and I heard your voice and Gu Shuyong's. Luo Tianwu said, Qing, fortunately, we discovered it in time. Don't worry, the doctor said there's nothing serious. Wenqing smiled and said to Luo Tianwu, thank you all. Gu Shuyong looked up and Luo Tianwu blushed, saying, the student council has some matters to attend to, so we can't visit you. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, luckily she hasn't heard about our argument. Luo Tianwu reassured Wenqing, also, we found the kidnapper who took you. You just focus on your recovery, we'll handle the rest. Wenqing nodded and replied, okay. Inside the student council, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi approached Gu Shuyang. Nan Mingyao held a report and asked, "That's how it is. How do you plan to deal with Tang Cheer?" Gu Shuyang was resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought, and didn't respond. Nan Mingyao continued, Suyang, are you listening?" Gu Shuyang finally snapped back to reality and asked, "Huh?" Ouyang Yi whispered to Nan Mingyao, "This guy has been out of it since he saved someone. Did something happen that we don't know about?" Nan Mingyao replied, "This time, Tang Cheer's actions were very ruthless. How do you plan to take revenge for your little angel, your first love?" Gu Shuyang said, "Little angel, first love? That's something that happened 800 years ago. You guys better not bring it up again." Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi were startled when they heard Gu Shuyang say that and asked, "Huh? Isn't that the person you've been looking for a long time?" Upon hearing his friend's question, Gu Shuyang frowned, angry and no longer wanting to discuss Wenqing's issue. He shifted the topic, saying, "As for Tang Cheer, she will be punished according to the school rules, with at least 3 months of labor. The punishment will also include compensation and public disclosure of everything." Just then, the door of the student council office swung open and a group of bodyguards walked in. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi turned around, startled. Gu Shuyang noticed this and was displeased, frowning as he asked, "Do those bodyguards even know the rules? Did you just randomly pick them up for the student council?" Zhen Jio entered and said to Gu Shuyang, "I just came to inform you. From today on, your rules have expired. The student council no longer needs to exist." Gu Shuyang frowned and asked, "Zhen Jio, who are you?" Hearing Gu Shuyang question her, Zhen Jio smiled and said, "I am the president of the school." Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Tang Cheer was extremely angry after hearing that she had been expelled. She slammed her hands on the desk and said to the principal, "Say that again. I've paid so much tuition and even made donations. How can you expel me like this? I want to see young Master Gu." The principal was sweating and replied to Tang Cheer, "I understand how you feel, but this is the new president's decision. We're just following orders. Right now, even young Master Gu is having a hard time protecting himself. I hope you can understand." Tang Cheer angrily asked the principal, "No way. This island belongs to the Gu family. How can anyone have rights that surpass his?" The principal replied, "Tang Cheer, in fact, the new president has ownership of half of this island. I'm not sure of the specific reasons. In any case, that's how it is. I'm giving you 1 day to pack up and leave. If you're still unsatisfied, have your parents contact Ms. Zhen Jio directly." The bodyguards immediately appeared and seized Tang Cheer's arms. Tang Cheer was startled and frightened, thinking to herself, "What on earth has happened?" At that moment, a car pulled up outside, and a couple got out, saying, "Is this the school that our Qing attends? It really is impressive." One person approached the couple and said, "The incident that injured your daughter was due to a mistake on our part. Please rest assured, we will cover all expenses. By the way, we just received news that your daughter has woken up. We will take you to her now." Wenqing's father smiled and said, "You're too polite. It was just that silly girl's carelessness that caused you trouble." The two exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "Maybe we can see Tianyu again." Wenqing was lying in her hospital bed and, seeing her parents arrive, joyfully asked, "Mom and Dad, why are you here?" Meanwhile, Luo Tianwu was startled upon hearing that Wenqing's parents had come. Wenqing's parents entered the hospital and said, "We heard that you were injured, so we couldn't help but come see you." "Oh, is this your classmate?" Luo Tianwu smiled at Wenqing and said, "With uncle and auntie taking care of you, I can rest easy. I still have class, so I'll head out now." Wenqing smiled back and said to Luo Tianwu, "Tianyu, you've worked hard." Luo Tianwu then turned to leave, ignoring Wenqing's parents, which made them pause. At that moment, Tang Cheer was walking around the schoolyard, fuming internally, "No, I can't just leave the school like this. I'll become a laughingstock. I have to think of a way to plead with young Master Gu." Just then, she noticed Wenqing's parents pulling Luo Tianwu aside, saying, "Thank you for saving Wenqing. This is just a small token of our appreciation. It's not much money, but please take it and buy something you like. Wenqing's mother pressed some money into Luo Tianwu's hands. Luo Tianwu quickly pushed it back and said, "I don't need it." Wenqing's mother, feeling awkward, replied, "I know you don't lack money, but this is a gesture from us as parents." Luo Tianwu held her head and exclaimed, "Auntie, you don't understand. The debt is not owed to me but to Wenqing, so I don't need any goodwill from her parents here." Wenqing's mother was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Fearfully clutching her card, she thought, could it be that she knows? Luo Tianwu said to Wenqing's mother, "If I were you, I would go to the police station and tell the truth about the baby switching incident from over a decade ago." Luo Tianwu sighed and thought, "I'm sorry, but the plot is too bloody." She recalled the content of the novel in Blue Island. The love story held a secret that would only be revealed in the later stages. In the narrative, Wenqing and the cruel female antagonist were actually children who had their identities swapped. The greedy and selfish parents not only relentlessly oppressed the female lead, but also sought to protect their biological children's wealth by stealing the female lead's identity. They even went so far as to push the female lead into desperate situations multiple times. Luo Tianwu furrowed her brows and said to Wenqing's parents, "Take care of yourselves and don't mistreat Wenqing anymore." How to restore her identity? You need to think carefully. Tang Qie, standing nearby, was startled and wondered what she had just heard. Could it be that Luo Tianwu? Wait, this is an opportunity. Luo Tianwu watched as they left. Tang Qie appeared and asked Luo Tianwu, "If you don't want your secret to be exposed, let's make a deal?" Luo Tianwu turned to look at Tang Qie, thinking, so it was her hiding behind the tree earlier. She turned her head and said to Tang Qie, "I don't know what you're talking about." Seeing Luo Tianwu's awkwardness and concealment, Tang Qie smiled smugly, thinking, judging by her attempt to appear calm, I wasn't wrong. Tang Qie then threatened Luo Tianwu, "You tell Wenqing to inform the school that everything was a misunderstanding, that she doesn't intend to pursue this matter, and that the school retracts my expulsion decision. I'll keep your secret. What do you say?" Luo Tianwu approached Tang Qie and asked, "Just an expulsion? That's too easy for trash like you." Tang Qie, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Luo Tianwu, trash. Do you think you're still the high and mighty young lady you used to be? How ridiculous. Someone with such filthy blood like you is the real trash." Luo Tianwu replied to Tang Qie, "Who cares about the barking of a lost dog like you? If you're capable, try to drag me down with you." Tang Qie gritted her teeth and thought, "You think I won't dare?" A few days later, a rumor gradually spread throughout the noble department. Female students were gossiping together, saying, "The Luo family couldn't have mistakenly taken in the wrong child. Have you heard about that? The non-bloodline history must have its reasons." I feel like it's true. It's indeed a scandal of epic proportions. At that moment, Luo Tianwu appeared between the two female students and said, "Excuse me, may I pass?" The two students looked at Luo Tianwu in surprise and then whispered to each other, "She must have heard what we said just now, right? How can she act so normal?" Luo Tianwu smiled, thinking, "Of course, this is the outcome I wanted, you fools." Tang Qie was quick to act. As Luo Tianwu was walking, she noticed a leg sticking out in her path. She immediately smiled and stepped on the foot of the girl, causing her to scream loudly. Luo Tianwu said, "Sorry, I didn't see it." The girl, angered, replied, "You did that on purpose." Luo Tianwu then asked, "Do you have any evidence? And shouldn't you explain why you stretched your leg out so far first?" The girl was taken aback by the retort and fumed, "You." Another girl immediately pulled her back. The girl quickly knelt down, clutching her leg and cried out, "Luo Tianwu, you're really bullying me. What did I ever do to you to deserve such cruelty?" Seeing this, Luo Tianwu was puzzled and thought, why did her expression change so suddenly? Just then, Ge Shuyang, Nan Mingyao, and Ouyang Yi approached and asked, "Luo Tianwu, why is everyone gathered here? What happened?" The girl whom Luo Tianwu had stepped on immediately clutched her leg, flipping her demeanor as quickly as turning a pancake. The bravado she had to intimidate Luo Tianwu quickly faded, and she pretended to be weak and bullied. She said to Ge Shuyang, "No, it's nothing. It's all a misunderstanding." Her weak act immediately fooled Ouyang Yi, who frowned and approached her, looking down at her leg and asking, "You're blushing from lying. Are you okay?" Seeing that Ouyang Yi had noticed her, the girl thought her plan was working and continued to feign weakness, saying to Ge Shuyang, "I accidentally got in Luo Tianwu's way. I didn't mean to, Mr. Ge." Her green tea-like tone made Ge Shuyang extremely uncomfortable. Ge Shuyang, hearing this, angrily asked the girl, "Why are you suddenly explaining this to me? It's none of my business." With that, Ge Shuyang walked past Luo Tianwu without a second glance. Luo Tianwu continued to walk coldly. Upon hearing Ge Shuyang say that, Luo Tianwu whispered, "Is this guy still mad?" The other female students who witnessed the whole incident began to gossip, saying, "Zhulong, what's going on? Are these two fighting again? It doesn't seem like a fight. It's probably about the rumor that seems to have some truth to it. Once Luo Tianwu is not the real daughter of the Luo family, she'll lose her value to Mr. Ge." Upon hearing their gossip, Ge Shuyang immediately left. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi quickly ran after him. Ge Shuyang angrily kicked over a trash can that the janitor was sweeping. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi exchanged nervous glances. Later, in the school kitchen, Luo Tianwu was kneading dough when she paused and asked Qin Shuyang, "Is this how much I should knead the dough?" Qin Shuyang looked at the dough Luo Tianwu was working on and smiled, continuing to guide her in making the pastries. "Yes, that's right. The next step is to wrap it in plastic wrap to form a cylinder for cooling. After a while, cut it into 11 centimeters round pieces, coat the outside with powdered sugar, and they'll taste great when cooked. Just wait another 15 minutes and they'll be done baking." After finishing making the pastries and placing them in the oven, Luo Tianwu wiped the sweat from her brow and said to Qin Shuyang, "Cooking is much harder than taking exams. Luckily, I have a great teacher like you." Qin Shuyang smiled at this and curiously asked Luo Tianwu, "But why are you suddenly interested in cooking?" Luo Tianwu, thinking about her goal for making the pastries, felt annoyed but still replied to Qin Shuyang to apologize to that Mr. Ge. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyang was taken aback. When he heard Luo Tianwu say she was making pastries for Ge Shuyang to apologize, he curiously asked, "Why do you have to apologize to him? You clearly don't like him." Luo Tianwu replied, "Qin Shuyang, on the second day after the camp was attacked, Ge Shuyang found bread containing an ingredient he would be allergic to if he accidentally ate it. In a situation without proper medical care, it could be life-threatening. I've confirmed this with the teacher. It's not food prepared by the school. Where do you think it came from?" Qin Shuyang fell silent under Luo Tianwu's questioning. He hadn't expected that his swapping of the bread for Ge Shuyang to eat would be discovered by Luo Tianwu so quickly. Luo Tianwu continued, "Qin Shuyang, do you really hate Ge Shuyang so much that you want him dead?" Qin Shuyang told Luo Tianwu, "Sometimes I feel that it's not that you accidentally discovered these things, but that you knew all along. So what else do you know?" Luo Tianwu answered, "I know that these things aren't truly what you want to do. You just want to please your mother." Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyang laughed, then angrily swept everything off the table. He grabbed Luo Tianwu by the collar and asked, "Do you think you understand me so well, you highborn lady? You have no idea what my life and my mother's life are like. We're both children of that person. Why do I have to struggle in this endless darkness, facing humiliation and disdain? On what grounds should I not compete?" Luo Tianwu cried out to Qin Shuyang, who was gripping her collar, "Only relying on you? Even without Lam Lam's novel, just based on the smile you had while teaching me how to cook." Qin Shuyang was taken aback upon hearing this. Luo Tianwu continued, "I also know what a genuine smile looks like. You really do enjoy cooking, don't you? But you use what you love to harm others. Do you really think your current choice is right? When we believe we're doing good for others, we often end up doing wrong, so you don't dare to say that you truly understand anything. What you want is just a way to control your life again. But as a friend, I hope you can see that your life still has other choices." At that moment, Luo Tianwu took the cake out of the oven and said, "Although the rose pollen in the bread has been tested, the measured amount is a bit light. You're actually a little hesitant, aren't you?" Saying this, Luo Tianwu held the cake and turned to leave. Qin Shuyang held his head, thinking, just friends, huh? Luo Tianwu walked out of the school kitchen, carrying the cake she made, and headed towards Ge Shuyang. She thought, even though I have experience in apologizing, how should I really talk to that foolish guy? Luo Tianwu began to imagine the scenario of handing the cake to Ge Shuyang, saying, "I'm sorry for not believing you liked me before. I only blame myself for being so sure that you and the female lead were the ones in love. Please forgive me for the hurt I caused you." At that moment, Ge Shuyang felt as if his heart had been pierced. He asked, "Luo Tianwu, are you trying to tease me? Don't play around." As Luo Tianwu thought about this, her face flushed. She secretly thought that saying that felt a bit strange. Moreover, what does that guy even like about me? Does he enjoy being hit by me? Does he like to show off? Luo Tianwu recalled how she used to hit Ge Shuyang and call him an idiot. While she was lost in thought, 2 female students appeared, calling her name and saying, "It's all your fault that Cheer got expelled. If you know what's good for you, apologize to her. Otherwise, we won't let you off today." Luo Tianwu was confused by what the 2 girls said, thinking, is it my fault that she got expelled? What kind of ridiculous reasoning is that? The supporting character in the story is really stupid. Ignoring the 2 girls, Luo Tianwu brushed past them and said, "I advise you to focus on your studies instead of doing silly things like this all the time." Seeing that Luo Tianwu was indifferent and coldly walking past them, the girl got angry and grabbed Luo Tianwu's hair, saying, "Luo Tianwu, we've given you a chance. Now you'll have to bear the consequences of what you've done." Just as the girl was about to hit Luo Tianwu, she immediately pulled out the self-defense baton that Wen Qing had given her and aimed it at the girl, shocking her with an electric shock that made her scream and double over in pain. The other girl rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" Luo Tianwu said to the 2 girls, "Let me warn you. Regardless of whether I'm the daughter of the Luo family or not, don't mess with me, you fools." Luo Tianwu thought, "Thank goodness I was prepared." The girl, who was shocked, furious, shouted back, "Who's the fool here? You should look around before you speak." Luo Tianwu glanced around and saw many female students approaching, thinking, what the heck, where did these people come from? Underestimating their endurance. Now I can only run away. The girl, holding her stomach, stood up and pointed at Luo Tianwu, saying, "In the name of young Master Ge Shuyang, capture her." Luo Tianwu thought, is it Ge Shuyang? While Luo Tianwu was being chased by the students, Ge Shuyang was sitting by the window, staring blankly outside. Ouyang Yi, sitting on the sofa, noticed Ge Shuyang's distracted state and said, "Ge Shuyang, snap out of it and come help us organize the documents." Still in a daze, Ge Shuyang didn't respond to Ouyang Yi. Nan Mingyao, sitting next to Ouyang Yi, observed this and remarked, "It's useless, unless you mention the keyword." Ouyang Yi, confused, asked Nan Mingyao, "What keyword?" Nan Mingyao smiled and said, "Luo Tianwu, what else could it be?" Ouyang Yi turned to see Ge Shuyang perk up at the mention of Tianyu's name and exclaimed, "Oh, he really does react to Tianyu's name." Nan Mingyao, browsing on his computer, suddenly asked, "Did Ge Shuyang gather everyone to deal with Tianyu?" Hearing this, Ge Shuyang jolted and turned his head. Meanwhile, outside the school, Luo Tianwu was running, thinking, why are there so many people behind me? The boys chasing her shouted, "Where did she go? I can't see her." As they chased her, they shouted, "Where did she go? I can't see her." Luo Tianwu thought, they have such a strong call. Could it really be Ge Shuyang? If so, this Ge Shuyang is taking quite a risk. The boys immediately ran after Luo Tianwu, saying, "Found her. Over here. This way." Why did she run to the student council? At that moment, Ge Shuyang ran outside, anxiously looking for Luo Tianwu. Ouyang Yi and Nan Mingyao followed closely behind, worried for Ge Shuyang. "Slow down. Even if we hurry over there, do you even know where Tianyu is? Ge Shuyang replied as he ran, I can find her. Ouyang Yi turned to Nan Mingyao and asked, is this what love is? Nan Mingyao replied, no. This is called blind confidence. At that moment, Luo Tianwu was running and turned a corner. As she rounded the corner, she bumped straight into someone's chest and grabbed her head, crying out in pain. Ge Shuyang wrapped his arms around Luo Tianwu. When she looked up and saw Ge Shuyang in front of her, she was startled. Ge Shuyang teased, are you throwing yourself into my arms? The other girls chasing after Luo Tianwu caught sight of her. Luo Tianwu ran up and said, she's over there. So stupid to come here. Just asking for trouble. Just as the girls approached to catch Luo Tianwu, they saw Ge Shuyang and instinctively stepped back. Luo Tianwu asked, you didn't tell them to catch me, did you? Ge Shuyang coldly looked at the girls and asked, what are you doing? The girls replied, we're here to vent our anger for you. That girl Luo Tianwu is really detestable. She clearly isn't from the wealthy Luo family, yet she shamelessly mingles at school and even deceives you. We just can't stand it. Hearing this, Ge Shuyang angrily asked the two girls, since when did it become your job to vent my anger? I may not hit women, but I can still make your family pay. The two girls were startled and asked, what? You, Ge Shuyang, want to confront so many of us over this hybrid. Ge Shuyang immediately pulled Luo Tianwu into his embrace and said, bloodline and status. If you care so much about that, then I don't see a problem with me venting my anger on you for my fiancé, do you? Luo Tianwu was taken aback by Ge Shuyang's words, thinking, fiancé? Is he joking? The two girls, upon hearing Ge Shuyang, exclaimed, are you crazy? Your father won't agree to this. Her status will only bring you trouble. You'll be laughed at by the whole world. Ge Shuyang coldly said, I don't care. He continued to hold Luo Tianwu close. Ouyang Yi, standing beside him, immediately covered his face and exclaimed, Su Yang is so handsome today. Nan Mingyao then replied to Ouyang Yi, Yang Yi, but this will cause a lot of trouble next. Ouyang Yi asked, why? Nan Mingyao questioned back, are you stupid? Because. At that moment, a woman appeared and asked, have you been kicked out of the house? The other boys were startled and asked, Chairwoman Kim? Why is she here? Unexpectedly, Ge Shuyang continued to protect Luo Tianwu in his embrace and said, you can't. Chairwoman Kim, hearing this, said, children don't think. The heir of the Ge family, all the wealth, status, and power you enjoy will disappear. No one here will fear you anymore. They might even trample you underfoot. You've never earned money yourself, nor have you ever endured hardships. Based on what do you think you can adapt to life after falling into the mud? Ge Shuyang replied, I've wandered the streets, relying on myself to earn money, being looked down upon and beaten. I've tasted that flavor before. Chairwoman Kim was startled and asked, when did that happen to you? Ge Shuyang said, a long time ago, when my mother rescued me from that cage. Chairwoman Kim, hearing this, fell silent for a moment before smiling at Ge Shuyang, saying, seeing your courage, she must be very happy up in the sky. Ge Shuyang was startled and asked, the sister you're talking about can't be Chairwoman Kim, right? Chairwoman Kim patted Ge Shuyang's head and said, when I first met you, you were just a little child. I didn't expect you to grow so tall now. Your mother is my biological sister. Luo Tianwu, listening nearby, thought to herself, Zhen Jiao in the novel is Ge Shuyang's distant aunt abroad. Now, inheriting the money from her deceased husband and the massive inheritance from her family, she's back. With her support, Ge Shuyang gradually gains the strength to confront Ge Lingfeng. Seeing Ge Shuyang still in shock, Luo Tianwu immediately pinched him and said, call her Aunt, you idiot. Luo Tianwu thought, Aunt Kim is so powerful. Ge Shuyang then called out to his aunt, Aunt. Zhen Jiao turned to Luo Tianwu and asked, are you the child that the Luo family mistook for their own? Luo Tianwu thought, oh no. Zhen Jiao in the novel extremely hates the wicked female antagonist Luo Tianwu. Will she kick me out? Luo Tianwu nodded and said, hello. Zhen Jio said to Luo Tianwu, although Mr. and Mrs. Luo despise the wicked actions of your biological parents, they appreciate your choice to not be ashamed. As long as you are willing, you are still the young lady of the Luo family. So don't worry, I won't kick you out. The other students were startled and asked, what? Luo Tianwu fell silent. Zhen Jio then handed over a document and said, moreover, I've investigated you. Although you acted arrogantly before, you have changed quite a bit after breaking up with Gu Shuyang. That boy has changed everything for you. If being together makes both of you better, then I have no reason to separate you from your beloved, right? Luo Tianwu was taken aback by Zhen Jio's words and quickly replied, you misunderstand. It's not because of him. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, how should I explain this? Gu Shuyang, beside her, said to Luo Tianwu, so that's how it is. Zhen Jio turned to the other students and said, as for you all who violated school regulations and bullied your classmates, you must face severe punishment. I will report this to your parents. Hearing this, the students became frightened and said, wait, we didn't mean to. Please don't tell my dad. It was all because they deceived us. Gu Shuyang smiled and asked Luo Tianwu, so, what's the deal? Why did you come here? Luo Tianwu immediately pulled out a bag of pastries and said, I came to apologize. Gu Shuyang was taken aback and asked, apologize? Luo Tianwu blushed and said, in the past, I always thought your confession was a joke. I'm sorry. From today onward, I will take it seriously. Gu Shuyang thought to himself, what does Tianyu mean by that? At that moment, Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, watching Luo Tianwu and Gu Shuyang blush as they looked at each other, whispered, why are Su Yang and Tianyu suddenly blushing? It seems like there's really some progress. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi exchanged glances, thinking that such a good atmosphere shouldn't be disturbed by others. So they immediately turned to shoo away the other students. Dismiss. Stop staring. Luo Tianwu handed Gu Shuyang the bag of cookies she had made herself and said, and this too, it's cookies I baked myself. They might be a bit broken, but if you don't mind. Hearing Luo Tianwu's words, Gu Shuyang was surprised and proudly took the bag of cookies from her hand, saying, of course I don't mind. I'm not the kind of guy who nitpicks with the girl I like. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, why does he emphasize that the girl he likes doesn't nitpick with others and seems so proud of it? Gu Shuyang took a cookie from Luo Tianwu's bag and ate it, saying, surprisingly, your face shows satisfaction. Luo Tianwu looked at Gu Shuyang, thinking, this guy shows everything on his face, whether he likes or dislikes something. It's really straightforward and makes people admire him. Gu Shuyang looked at Luo Tianwu and then leaned down to kiss her lips. The other students, seeing this scene, exclaimed, Gu Shuyang is so bold, doing this with so many people around. Luo Tianwu, feeling everyone's gaze, immediately pushed Gu Shuyang away, her face turning bright red as she shyly told him, you should keep your distance from me. Luo Tianwu thought to herself, this isn't being straightforward anymore, he's just too forward. Gu Shuyang smiled at Luo Tianwu and said, it's obvious that you want a reward. If you like me, I'll just say it outright. Why beat around the bush? Luo Tianwu replied, thank you for your feelings, but I can't accept them. Gu Shuyang was surprised by her response and asked, what? Say that again. When you're in danger, you think of me. You intentionally came to apologize because you were upset with me, and you even offered me a ride. Now you want to tell me that you don't like me at all? Look me in the eyes and say it again. Hearing Gu Shuyang say that, Luo Tianwu was taken aback, then looked down and said to him, I'm sorry. Although Luo Tianwu had feelings for Gu Shuyang in her heart, she knew this was just a fictional world, and she had to return to her real world, so she couldn't reciprocate Gu Shuyang's feelings. Gu Shuyang angrily threw the bag of cookies away and said, fine, I understand now. He immediately turned around and left. Gu Shuyang was extremely furious as he walked past Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi, telling them, let's go. Ouyang Yi, seeing Gu Shuyang leaving like that, turned back to look at Luo Tianwu and asked, but what about Tianyu? Upon hearing Ouyang Yi mention Luo Tianwu, Gu Shuyang coldly replied, "Who cares?" and then walked away. Ouyang Yi asked Nan Mingyao, "What's up with Suyang?" This time, he seems even angrier than before. Nan Mingyao looked at Gu Shuyang and replied to Ouyang Yi, "Who knows? But it seems like Luo Tianwu is not an easy target either." At that moment, Luo Tianwu was standing in front of the bag of cookies that Gu Shuyang had thrown away, unable to read her expression. Nan Mingyao and Ouyang Yi hurriedly chased after Gu Shuyang. Ouyang Yi said to him, "Suyang, it's fine to go blow off steam, but can you at least have dinner first before you go?" Gu Shuyang angrily responded, "No way. I'm perfect like this. How could there be a girl who doesn't like me?" And then Gu Shuyang continued to leave. Ouyang Yi quickly shouted, "Wait, Suyang. Haven't you been rejected by her many times already?" Nan Mingyao said to Ouyang Yi, "Let him go. It's rare for him to find someone he can't easily give up on." Gu Shuyang continued to search and spotted Luo Tianwu, immediately calling out, "Found you. Over there." Just as Gu Shuyang was about to head towards Luo Tianwu, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Huh? Who is that guy? Is he someone we know?" At that moment, Luo Tianwu was sitting on a bench, and in front of her was the god of fate. Luo Tianwu asked the god of fate, "Can I go back in a week?" Understanding, the god of fate replied, "In order to send you back early, I've had to risk everything to gather energy. But why do you seem a bit reluctant all of a sudden?" Luo Tianwu told the god of fate, "Who told you to appear out of nowhere? Besides, I've been living with the people here for so long, so I have developed some feelings for them." Luo Tianwu thought about her feelings for Gu Shuyang. She recalled when Gu Shuyang had said to her, "Luo Tianwu, I like you." The god of fate said to Luo Tianwu, "Isn't it because you've disrupted too many plots? If you wait any longer, I fear you won't want to go back. You must understand that, no matter how real it seems, this place is merely a world in a novel." Luo Tianwu immediately stood up, saying to the god of fate, "Enough. I know what to choose, and in a week, I will keep my promise and return to my world." Luo Tianwu was about to part ways, thinking to herself, "Humans are strange. The places I initially detested gradually became endearing because of the impending separation." To bid farewell to everyone in the novel. Before leaving, Luo Tianwu began inviting everyone to take pictures at the photo spot. She said to Wenqing, raising her arms. Wenqing raised her arms and asked Luo Tianwu, "Is that so?" Luo Tianwu, holding the camera and preparing to take a picture, gestured, "Okay," saying cutely, "Take the picture." After that, Luo Tianwu and Wenqing took pictures together. They both raised their arms to form a heart shape. Luo Tianwu smiled and said to Wenqing, "Smile." The next photo featured the three of them, Luo Tianwu, Wenqing, and Gu Shuyang together. After a while, Wenqing and Luo Tianwu sat down on the bench. Wenqing stretched her legs and asked Luo Tianwu, "Tianyu, why do you suddenly want to go out and take pictures?" Luo Tianwu sadly replied, "We've known each other for so long, yet we've never taken a picture together. What a pity." Wenqing frowned upon hearing Luo Tianwu's words, saying, "It feels like you're saying goodbye." Luo Tianwu laughed at that and told Wenqing, "You're quite the author. You're thinking too much." Luo Tianwu thought to herself how perceptive Wenqing was to sense her intention to leave. Then she advised Wenqing before leaving this world. "But in life, there will come a day of parting. When that time comes, you must be happy." Wenqing was taken aback by Luo Tianwu's words and immediately hugged her, saying, "You too, Tianyu. Thank you for helping me find my true family." Qin Shuyang, standing beside them, remained silent as he watched the two girls embrace. He understood the undertones of farewell in Luo Tianwu's words. After that, the photo session came to an end. Wenqing, Luo Tianwu, and Qin Shuyang walked back to the front of the girls' dormitory together. Wenqing waved goodbye to Luo Tianwu and Qin Shuyang. "Bye-bye, everyone. Head back to the dorm soon." Luo Tianwu waved goodbye to Wenqing and then turned to hand a card to Qin Shuyang, saying, "Oh, right, here's this for you." The business card that Luo Tianwu handed to Qin Shuyang startled him. Luo Tianwu smiled at Qin Shuyang. This master has an international exchange next month. I think you should go and see if there's a second answer to your life. You have to try to know. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyang immediately clenched his teeth. He took Luo Tianwu's hand, gathering all his courage to confess. I like you. Luo Tianwu was taken aback by his words. Seeing that she still cared about his interests and wanted to help him salvage his life, Qin Shuyang felt a pang of sadness and said to her, If you're not interested in me, then don't treat me so kindly. Luo Tianwu was stunned by his statement. She lowered her head to hide her expression and replied to Qin Shuyang. I'm sorry. She thought to herself, why is this happening all of a sudden? Besides, you're just a side character. Wake up. Hearing Luo Tianwu's words, Qin Shuyang felt dejected. He thought he should be the one apologizing, but he felt that if he didn't speak up, he would lose his chance forever. After a moment of silence, Luo Tianwu smiled and said, You'll definitely meet a girl who really likes you in the future. To her, you are you, without needing to compare yourself to anyone else. Qin Shuyang's expression darkened as he replied, Thank you. But deep down, he understood and thought, but that person isn't you, is it? A week later, on the day Luo Tianwu was to leave the world within the book, she climbed onto a rock by the sea, looking down and asking the Fate Master beside her, Is there another way to return? The Fate Master explained to Luo Tianwu, You came here because of death. If you want to return, you have to die again. There are no other options. If you're scared, I can give you a little push. Think of it as a service. Luo Tianwu immediately refused, saying, Don't smile and say such frightening things. I refuse. With that, Luo Tianwu moved closer to the edge of the rock. Just before she jumped, she suddenly turned to look behind her. But there was no one there. It was empty. The Fate Master, noticing her strange behavior, asked, Luo Tianwu, what are you looking at? Luo Tianwu replied, Nothing. At that moment, she felt a peculiar thought about that guy. She smiled to herself, thinking, it must be because he didn't get to say goodbye. Among all the people she had met in this world, she had said her farewells to everyone except for Qin Shuyang. Without hesitation, Luo Tianwu leaped off the rock into the sea. Just then, Qin Shuyang rushed in, grabbing Luo Tianwu's hand and shouting, Luo Tianwu! Qin Shuyang lost his footing and slipped off the rock due to the weight. Luo Tianwu, startled to see him, asked, Why are you? Seeing Qin Shuyang falling alongside her, she thought in a panic, It's over. There's no time. Then both Luo Tianwu and Qin Shuyang plunged into the sea. Qin Shuyang looked at Luo Tianwu, gritting his teeth and thinking, No matter where you want to go, don't leave me behind. With that, both Qin Shuyang and Luo Tianwu fell into the sea. Even as they plunged into the water, Qin Shuyang held tightly to Luo Tianwu's hand. Luo Tianwu was startled and thought, No, I can't let him die with me. You fool, Fate, are you there? Can you hear what I'm saying? Don't save him, he can't die. Despite her pleas, Qin Shuyang stubbornly clung to Luo Tianwu's hand, refusing to let go. He leaned down, embraced her tightly, and kissed her. As Luo Tianwu felt his kiss and leaned against him, she thought, I can hear the sound of his heartbeat, stronger than ever, like a kiss in warm water. It seems I've started to like this guy. Gu Shuyang held Luo Tianwu close as they gradually sank to the bottom of the deep sea. He held on tightly, as if he wanted to ensure that no one could lose Luo Tianwu. Luo Tianwu silently prayed, Oh God, please save him. Just before losing consciousness, she heard Gu Shuyang's voice saying to her, Wait for me. Luo Tianwu, you must wait for me. Then Luo Tianwu woke up. Her parents immediately exclaimed, She's awake. Doctor, she's awake. Luo Tianwu sat up, feeling as though she had finally awakened from a long dream. Her parents were overjoyed and embraced her. When Luoyua, who was nearby, saw Luo Tianwu had regained consciousness and said, I'm sorry, Luo, it's all my fault. Luo Tianwu gently patted Wen Luoyua's head and said, "You fool, it's not your fault." Although her heart felt empty, she didn't regret the people she loved. Later, during the winter, when Luoyua went out with Luo Tianwu, with excitement, she exclaimed, "Look, the snow is beautiful. This feels like a romantic setting perfect for a male and female lead to meet." Luo Tianwu, holding a book, replied, "Yeah." She thought to herself that, even after returning to this time, when Luoyua was still a girl who loved to daydream, smiling innocently and always concocting a new story. When Luoyua tossed Luo Tianwu's book aside and frowned in annoyance, saying, "Hey, we said we were going out for a walk. Why are you starting to study again?" Luo Tianwu responded, "What else? We're students. If you throw it away, you should go pick it up." When Luoyua replied, "I'll go get it right now." As when Luoyua stepped toward the book to pick it up, she noticed a boy had already picked it up before her. "Thank you," she said. It was Ge Shuyang, who smiled as he handed the book to Luo Tianwu. "Nice name." Luo Tianwu was taken aback when she saw Ge Shuyang and quickly covered her mouth. Ge Shuyang smiled and asked, "Luo Tianwu, do you need a boyfriend?"